years of experience across thermal, hydro, solar, gas, and battery energy storage systems. Currently heads the AVP Sales and Marketing at JSW. He will be chairing the session. I also invite Mr. S. Lakshmi Narayana to the stage, please. He brings with him about 35 years of experience in thermal, hydro, solar, gas, and battery energy storage systems. He is the GM, HVDC and VFD at BHEL. I invite Mr. Srinivas P., SGM Contracts and Materials of Power Grid Corporation of India to the stage. He is the Senior General Manager, Contracts and Materials at Power Grid. Maharatna PSU, we all know, under the Ministry of Power, Government of India. He has over 38 years of experience in power transmission, specialized in O&M, construction, quality assurance, and contract management. Welcome to you, sir. I also now welcome Mr. Srinivasan TN, GM, BEML, currently serves as GM at BEML with over 30 years of industry experience. He leads vendor development, sourcing, indigenization initiatives for defense and earth-moving equipments. I also... Sorry? Yes, I invite Mr. Srinath MR, MD of NeoAir Tech India, to the stage. One of the well-known industrialists here. Invite Mr. Tyagu Velliyappa, Director of Sona Group of Companies, leading diversified businesses across textiles, education, and IT and real estate. Welcome to you, sir. I now hand it over to the chair of the session, Mr. Sanjay Almelkar.
Very good morning to all of you. Warm welcome to the session. On the right, Mr. Srinivasan and Mr. Lakshmi Narayan. My left, Mr. Srinath, Mr. Srinivasan, Tyagu Velliyappa. I think the legacy goes back of FKCCI when our great Sir M.V. Visvesvaraya had started and founded this institution. He had a very big statement, immortal words, so-called, industrialize or perish. And it is still relevant and a long way for us to go as a India. The national sankalp of $10 trillion economy for the country, with the domestic suppliers and the ecosystem to be built in, the Siddhi becomes very, very relevant. Karnataka as such is contributing with 12 lakh registered MSMEs. Out of that, around 20+% are into manufacturing sectors. And among that, we are contributing close to around 30-35% of the DGP. Beyond Bangalore, places like Belgaum, Dharwad, and North Karnataka, Raichur, Bidar, Gulbarga are evolving. Places like Mysore, Mangalore, with Karnataka having a large coastline, probably Mangalore is one of the evolving cities where we need to look at. Shipbuilding industry is definitely coming forward. With this hindsight, I would like to straight away jump into how public sector units really come forward in terms of engaging with. My question to Mr. Srinivas, as we discussed before the session, since you are a very large corporation and bringing tier 1 customers would be definitely difficult through the MSME, but yes, these tier 1 customers can always facilitate to the tier 2 and tier 3 vendors. What is your take on this, sir?
As we see, actually, there is a rapid growth is happening in the energy sector as of now. because of infusion of lot of RE, there is a huge scope for, lot of business is there more in lakhs of crores in the next 10 years. So huge opportunity is there. But as we see, because from the power grids perspective, our contracts are a complete turnkey contracts where the turnovers would be very high. The cost of the contract would be very high. So the infusion of more MSMEs into this business would be to come through the main vendor, where they can approach the main vendor through him. And in fact, in our bid conditions also, we insist the main vendor has to clearly state how much he is going to procure from the MSMEs. So MSMEs with the proper products, like there are so many avenues are there for them, especially in fabrication and EPC support services and component manufacture, in all these places. So where these people can approach the main vendor, through him they can participate in the business.
Srinivasan, we at India in a MSME, we are contributing close to around 35% to the GDP. Whereas if you really look at the European Union, it is close to 53%. If you go to China, it is more than 60%. And women are also playing a significant role in these sectors. And India is at a very pivotal point today to really scale up as a country and build a stronger ecosystem. Keeping 10 trillion economy, the plan what we have, where do you see large PSU like you, which is new evolution of defense opening up, where do you see this MSME can contribute and come forth?
Ellarigu namaskara. Good morning, sir. First of all, I thank you for FKCCI and Pune Industrial Association for this opportunity about projecting about company. As you know, as rightly told, sir, MSME is the backbone of India's industrial growth. Basically, our company is into mining and construction, rail and metro, and defense products. So, on a continuous basis, from whenever the MSME policy was implemented, we are procuring more than 25% from MSCs. It is not just 25%, it is more than that. Year on year, the value of procurement from MSCs is continuously increasing. And our vendor base, if you see our vendor base, more than 50% is MSMEs in our vendor base. We don't see MSCs only as a supplier, we see them as a technological partners. We involve them in our growth. They are continuously supporting BEML. So we are also into new projects where MSMEs will be involved, like we are also building the high-speed train, the bullet train that is from Mumbai, Ahmedabad, where MSMEs also will be given a very good opportunity. As far as you mentioned, China, maybe 50–60%. Suppose if you see the indigenous content of our all equipments, if you see, we manufacture defense trucks, high mobility vehicles, where although the overall indigenous content is 97%, the contribution from MSMEs itself is more than 50%. Even similarly in the case of mining equipments also, where we manufacture excavators, dozers, all those things. Although the overall indigenous content is more than 98% in some of the areas like dozers, but the contribution from MSMEs itself is around 55–60% in some of the equipments. So it is not only that much, we are not satisfied only with that. We wanted to improve more and more on this, and continuous support will be given for MSMEs. All the policies of MSMEs, as per the government we have implemented, our company has a lot of initiatives to promote MSMEs. We have our R&D team, planning team, materials team, where they visit MSME suppliers and they handle the vendors wherever required. We have testing facilities where we can contribute to them. So all these measures is directly contributing the growth of MSMEs, as well as they are supporting BEML in our growth. Thank you, sir.
All right. Taking a cue from Mr. Srinivasan, I would like to reach out to Srinath. Srinath, you being working in a new emerging space, And we are moving from a fundamental basic digitization, how forward thinking MSME is practically leveraging AI today to compete with global conglomerate, A. B, how do you, in terms of sustainability and resilience, on the questions on ESG compliance, which is no longer an optional. Okay. How can MSME transition to green manufacturing without obligating their margins?
Good morning. Firstly, I thank FKCCI for the invitation to the event, and it is a great show, and I welcome this and also wish the great success in the future years, where the MSMEs will connect with the other industries and also bridge the gap between the multinationals and the corporates with the MSMEs. With respect to your question, it is quite critical that ESG compliance is the art of the day. If one needs to understand, he needs to open up and start looking at the compliances and the policies. Otherwise, in future, you will have to be paying the penalty or the fee towards the same in terms of the cost. The ESG compliance fee from the multinationals are going to be paid by the MSMEs. So it is time that we'll have to join hands with the larger corporations to ensure that we are ESG compliant, and the solutions are also digitally innovative and in compliance with the larger organization where the industry 4.0, IoT, remote connectivity, there are many things, even including AI, incorporation of AI is also the future. If not done, or if it is not embraced now, I think we'll be left out in the future. Thank you very much.
All right. I've been keeping Mr. Lakshminarayan quiet. Lakshminarayan, you heading a very large corporate public sector. BHL is one massive public sector and engineering giant, which is focusing on material, high-tech, power transmission, HVDC, and industrial system. As BHL pushes boundaries in high-tech segments like HVDC and advanced VFD systems, the technical barrier for entry rises, which creates certain challenges with MSME sectors. How can Indian MSME upgrade their manufacturing capabilities to graduate from supplying basic component to become a strategic partners in high-value deep tech engineering?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Lakshmi Narayana. I am General Manager in BHL Electronics Division, Bangalore. I thank FKCCI to give me opportunity to make my views or present my views on this MSME and engine of growth. So I am from BHL. Just I want to give you a brief background on BHL. We are located on Mysore Road. For the past 50 years, we are doing business. And basically, we are into power plant equipment manufacturing company. We are one of the few PSUs who does manufacturing. Like when I said, when we are the PSU who does manufacturing, many PSUs are there. They operate like refineries. They produce. We make equipment that produce that refining into petroleum products. So basically, we supply electrical power, like turbines, generators, boilers to thermal power plants, even hydropower plants related, and gas turbine-based power plants, atomic power plants. And for industries, we'll give combined cycle power plants. So we being the heavy electricals engineering company, so we will be procuring lot of subsystems from various vendors, in which MSME vendors are also part of them. So this year, just to give you a perspective, we have procured 670 crores worth of material from ME vendors out of 3,500 crores what we have procured for this year, financial year, for meeting our requirements. So so the question from our chairman, how MSMEs can enter into this from a mere component suppliers to high-tech systems. Like he said, HVDC. I just want to give you a brief idea about HVDC. This is called high voltage DC current transmission. Generally, you see the power transmission happens from a generating station to the load centers on AC lines. So AC lines have their own, you can say, some constraints in transferring bulk power, the ease of operation, because of which DC lines are there since 1980s in the world. And in India also, it started from you can say 85 onwards till now. We are executing right now 2 major power plant HVDC projects, which evacuate power from Khavda in Gujarat, where there is a solar park of 30 gigawatts capacity. From there to Nagpur, load centers in Maharashtra. We are doing 6,000 megawatts evacuation. That project is now under implementation stage. The high-tech, when you say, the main component in this conversion of this AC to DC is a thyristor-based modules we use, thyristor rectifiers we call. The other end, it's called the inverter. So this technology using thyristors, which convert the AC to DC, and then there is a DC line, and then the other side you convert it back. So it has got lot of technological challenges that very few people in this world have pioneered. That is, one is ABB in Sweden, other one is in Siemens in Germany, and there is another company called GE in UK. So these were the pioneers, and in India, BHEL, we have a technological tie-up with ABB Sweden for the past so many years, and we have been doing it. So now coming to, I am seeing a lot of young faces in the background of the stage, this chair. So India is right now at a crossroads of a lot of opportunity, I would say. And we are growing at a very rapid pace, and we need a lot of products and high technologies wherein vendors or companies can invest their money and come out with new products and provide support in this high-tech this thing. So there is nothing that stops any entrepreneur to do business with BHEL, and our vendor to do business with BHEL in bhl.com, we have put also links in which areas we are looking for vendors. So you can go through that one, and everything is menu driven. You can register with us as a vendor. Otherwise also, since you are in Karnataka here, we conduct vendor meets. Recently also 2 months back, we went to Dharwad and Hubli. We will be showcasing our requirements. You can participate. You can always, anytime you can come and tell, we give you an audience and we will see your product. We give you a developmental order. We see that you are giving us a quality product. Then we register you as a vendor. Then you will participate in a tender. And if you are L1, as per the preferences given as per the MSME guidelines, you can do business with BHEL. That's what I want to say, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lakshminan. It's quite encouraging to see more than 30-35% of your procurement goes through the MSME. That's really appreciable, and your proactive approach in terms of developing vendor, giving opportunity with prototypes. It is a need of the hour right now. Moving to my colleague on the left, Valiyappa of Sona Group, you have wide expertise and understanding, mentoring people. Bangalore being one of the top 3 ecosystems where we have startups and many unicorns have come this place. And we in the audience also, we see pretty young generation who are aspirational and the future leaders for this country. What is your take on how they really have to evolve and come up with the startups for this manufacturing sector where we are looking at a $10 trillion economy?
Thank you. Hello. Am I audible? Yeah. Tiago Valiyappa, Sona Valiyappa Group, 4th generation, and as you said, startup. The beginning of the startup industry way back in 1983 was in Sona Towers, Millers Road. Texas Instruments was the first company to start IT exports, and today we know where it is today. The top 10 GCCs in India has come out of Sona Valiyappa Group, and I think I was very glad to be here today for 2 reasons. One is, sir, when we say MSME, it goes and takes me back to the Tata Nano days. Nano failed because it was named as a Nano. So we are still talking about MSMEs even after 50 years of saying MSMEs. The startup industry has come not even 15 years ago, but it's overtaken the MSMEs. So I think the way we are looking at the MSMEs, or I would say emerging sector, or you would want to rename it, because I think Vastu is somewhere wrong. I don't know what is wrong, but when you say it's MSME, it always says you are very small and micro. So that is my first take. Second one is, we're talking about Make in India, we're talking about anti-China, China plus one. Today the opportunity is so much. we do a lot of research, we do a lot of innovation, a lot of patents. So one simple thing, we are talking about any car about the value of 10 lakhs having a sunroof. So can you tell me roughly what is the value of the sunroof imports into India? Into the, not the auto sector, the non-auto sector. $8.6 billion. $8.6 billion is the import of the roof of the retractable roof. And every single nut and bolt is imported from China. So we have such a large audience here. We have so much of MSMEs. We say we have 1 lakh MSMEs or whatever it is. Can we not get this done in India?
Of course, why not?
So this is where we work on design, we work on strategy, we work on talent. You don't have to look at many things. You look at one thing and you make that a full Indian product. 360-degree approach is something that we're doing. And as your question pointed out, that how we are bringing these people. So we have about 12,000 students on our campus, and we work with Kidam in Karnataka, across business beyond Bangalore. So we have about 5,000 students across Bangalore. We have taken a large initiative called T5. Top 5% of the colleges, 350 colleges across Karnataka, we are going to be taking them in our system. And we are creating talent of the future. And these talents will be, see, again, MSMEs, we are looking at cost, but we should look at value. When you look at it as a value proposition, your mindset changes completely, then you look at a cost proposition. So these students will come at a very high price, but they'll make a big difference to you. So today, the next gen, so one thing is MSMEs, the next generation is not coming into MSMEs. So this is something which I wanted to bring out, not only in this platform, but also we work on a podcast on how to bring the next generation back into the system. You need to get, if the salaries of a next generation in an IT company or a MSME company, international company, is more than your turnover of your company, why would he join you? So I think we need to understand that value proposition, standard of life, and today's ecosystem. We're talking about generation, we are talking about generation AI. So they want things to happen quick. And we are still in that old generation of saying that we will take 20 years, we will take 15 years. So this is some of my points.
Thank you, Mr. Valiappa. I acknowledge that very clearly. Yes, our ecosystem in terms of education has to revolutionize very clearly. Today, it is still 100% of a theory-based sessions for the engineering sector. It should be at least 80% practical and 20% theory. That is where you really get the right output of the students. Skill-based training is required. That is lacking in terms of a practical classroom. Probably that is where industry and academia have to come forward, and the bridge has to come from organization like FKCCI. We at JSW are very keen to associate with the platforms like this and see how we can collaborate and have training centers. When I visit my customers in many sectors, be it in wire rod industry, be it in fabrication or general engineering, there is a dearth of quality resources. The MSMEs struggle to have such quality resources, and the churnout is so high, it becomes very difficult for them to get into the space of profitability. Yes, please.
Yeah, there are 350 colleges. The labs, each college has a lab investment of about 1 crore of rupees. The utilization of the lab is 18%. So these labs are available for you. All the industry has to do is tie up with the education institutes and say we will have a center of excellence. Make the center of excellence an excellence center. It's already available. So the polytechnics are there. I'm not even taking polytechnics. So these are some of the things that we can immediately do.
Okay, fine. Keeping this discussion for moving forward, I would like to talk to Mr. Srinivasan. Heavy industries often suffer from long design to production cycles. How can BML leverage the inherent agility and speed of MSME partners to fast-track innovation in complex sectors like metro rolling stocks or defense equipments?
So basically, as I told you, we give high preference to MSMEs. In our policy also, whenever there is a procurement through them, there is a separate clauses where MSMEs are preferred. as far as development is concerned, whenever an MSME is picked up for any developmental activities, we have a team of R&D engineers, materials, planning and quality. They frequently visit the MSME suppliers, help them in the development of jigs, fixtures, tools, pattern studies, whatever the case may be. They'll completely get involved in process until the sample is developed. And testing point of view is anyway that we are going to take care by ourselves through endurance trials or testing by ourselves. Once the product is qualified, the regular orders will be placed on MSMEs. There is a continuous process of development of MSMEs in our organization.
Okay. And how do we see that, just for the audience and the participants, do you have a regular engagement or a platform where you create, people can reach out to you, work with your new requirement, new sector where you are focusing, with BML coming with a lot of investment spread across Mysore, Kolar, KGF and Bangalore, where these people can reach out to you, how they can collaborate and, get into the partnership with you?
Sir, actually, as you told, we have manufacturing of metro cars and driverless metro cars at Bangalore complex. We are also into process of manufacturing high-speed train in Bangalore complex. In KGF, we manufacture dozers, excavators, many earth-moving equipments and high-mobility vehicles. So in Mysore, we have an engine division where we manufacture engines and dumpers and water sprinklers. In Palakkad, we have an exclusively unit for high-mobility vehicles, defense mobility vehicles manufacturing. Other than that, as you mentioned, that we have a future growth at Bhopal, where a new plant is being set up. Basically, how we engage vendors to these areas is that one is that there is a vendor meet like this where we showcase our requirements. Our requirements are also already exhibited in our stall. And secondly, there is a portal called Srijan Portal. Wherever the imported items are available, it is uploaded in a portal, Defense Srijan Portal, where the product item name, specification, photo, what is the past import data, whatever we are having, what is the future business potential we are having. It is open to all, it is open to the public. Anybody can see the product. If it is matching to their facilities, if they are supplied similar products to any other organization, they can show the interest. There are nodal officers all over BML, we call SBUs, statistical business units for each and every area. The concerned SBU will contact the supplier who has shown interest, and thereupon he can have a discussion with the technical team, R&D, quality, planning, all those technical team, and then the development of new items will take forward. This is the overall ecosystem that we have built in not only for the existing MSME vendors, also for the new vendors, and also for the many new projects which you are undertaking. This type of facility is open to all, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Srinivas, and I think this is quite encouraging. I would urge all the MSME friends here to reach out to our public sectors like BML, BHL, Power Grid, and see how we can collaborate with them and take this opportunity and scale up. Definitely today, quality is of highest priority. The speed is required, and the resilience to work towards being a 10 trillion economy lies majorly with the MSME sector. On the hindsight, I would like to move to Srinath. Srinath, you being a MD, what are the challenges in terms of navigating current economic landscape, and what is the biggest friction point you face today while trying to scale operations? Is it accessing specialized talent, securing competitive green finance, or managing global supply chain?
It is a very important and very important question to be deliberated upon. MSMEs are struggling, We have a lot of opportunities, immense opportunities across, and with the staggering statistics like 67 million units, creating 110 million employment, we have a lot of opportunity to scale, but the major bottleneck for us is access to finance. So major like BML, BHL, larger corporations and organizations have the tender value. So it is the bank guarantees. So now the bank guarantees itself runs into crores of rupees, which is a major hindrance in the bottleneck for the MSMEs to participate. I think there shall be some kind of an engagement where looking at the past history of MSMEs and their accounts book, they'll have to do some subsidy, and the government has to handhold, in terms of participation. Otherwise, we are not at all interested in getting into a major corporations or the public sector undertakings because of this. Second, in terms of internal scaling up, we are facing major issues in terms of the competitive edge in technology. Yes, fortunately, we have today German technology for our support, and we have been able to sell systems. But there are many who are really struggling with the best of technologies, but they are losing out only because of the name from the outside India. So that competitive edge, in terms of technology is very much important. And fortunately, of late, I hear a lot of encouraging inputs from the government of India about the collaborations, and they are even subsidizing the participation into global exhibitions, and also the flight fares are also being reimbursed, participation in the stall. So there are many things that has been taken, but still that awareness is not created among MSMEs, because we're still reeling under at a level we are not really updated to. Apart from that, the second part is we are also constrained by the talents and also the technology in terms of the solution that we provide, that needs to be upgraded to IoT, Industry 4.0 and all this. So for this, we need to have a lot of technological and finance support from the government, which becomes the major bottleneck for us to scale up operation. And today, the third or the most important bottleneck is the industrial area and the land available. It becomes very difficult for an MSME to scale up operation because he needs more area. And today the land rates are skyrocketing, and it becomes very difficult to scale up. So he tries to limit. So these are the major challenges that we are facing today. Fortunately and unfortunately, though there are many subsidies and government policies like CGT, MSC, which provide collateral-free loan up to 10 crores. So these are all encouraging, but needs more and more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Srinath. I think we have our friends from the fintech and finance and bankers around us. Probably they were hearing it loud, and probably this is where we need to look at coming with some kind of a product or a support mechanism. Just on a hindsight, to give some insights, government support and subsidies on the Karnataka industrial policy of 25-23. Around 7.5 lakh crore investment is coming for that. Close to 20 lakh new employment is planned by 2030. The three-zone classification of investments are investment promotion subsidies in zone 1, like backward areas like Raichur, Yadgir, Gadag. I definitely align that the land cost and power cost in Karnataka is very high compared to all our neighboring states. I have live examples within this group only. People have moving to the neighboring state because of these challenges. But yes, when they come back to the zone 2, they are also looking at Mysore, Hubli, Shimoga, Tumkur, where 25% capital subsidy and 100% land conversion reimbursement is being offered. In zone 3, like, advanced Bangalore and urban rural and highly specific, sector-specific incentive focused entirely on deep tech, green technology and R&D are initiated. Financial over eligibility, MSME receives up to 6% interest subsidy on terms of loan, capped up to 50 lakhs. No doubt the cap is very, very low, but yes, there is some initiative. Fiscal exemptions are considered. Targeted capital infusion is looked by RBI and central mandate, which raise collateral-free loan limit in under CGT MSE up to 20 lakhs for the micro and the small enterprises. For women empowerment, there is Udyogini scheme where they talk about 30% subsidized loan. With all these three, people are now have to move from a tier 3 subcontractor to a system integrator, where the support of public sector unit like, BHL, BML, ISRO, Power Grid plays a very, very vital role in, building this ecosystem. Now, I would like to all the panelists have a 10-word one-liner from you on the takeaways, please. Yes, you can, sir.
One thing we have to accept is that the MSMEs are there for the growth of the country, and they have to contribute, and the other other players in the industry also have to support, so that they have to create an ecosystem where MSMEs will be able to contribute to the growth of the nation. And at the same time, from Power Grid, we are also have implemented all the required measures to encourage MSMEs to participate. So the more MSMEs come and do their business into the core businesses, there will be a proper improvement.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Srinivasan. I would like to have Lakshmi Narayan's views.
Okay, so one thing is quality of the product should speak, first one, timely delivery and after sales support. These are the three things. If your product is good and if you give timely delivery, you will get the contract. Government is anyway, as I said, tendering process, MSME is having preference of 15% if you are in the, L1 is some, and MSME, L2 is MSME who is in 15% this band, then automatically it will be coming to you only. So government is having guidelines and we comply to those guidelines while procuring. But only the 10 words, whatever he's telling, I am only telling that one. So you please give us a quality product in a timely manner and give us a service. Then you will definitely get the jobs and companies, PSUs will come to you. Thank you.
Quality, timely service, post-sale service, timely delivers. What is your take, sir?
Yes, sir, it's very important quality products go into our line, because our equipments, because we get the customers based on the quality of our equipment, and the quality of the products are very important. We urge the MSMEs to concentrate more on the process. Each and every process, stage-wise process is very important. Final inspection is okay, fine, but stage-wise built-in quality is very more important than the final inspection. So please concentrate on that, and all the parts should be on on-time delivery, because on-time delivery is very important. Early also is a problem, and delay is also a problem. If it is on-time delivery, even the inventory will be less, and we can dispatch the customer on time to the required time. That is one thing. And secondly, we urge MSMEs to support in our Atmanirbhar Bharat mission. For all our running products, anyway, we have a very good indigenous content and support from MSMEs. But there are many new projects which we will be undertaking. For that, we need to reduce the import content. For that, a lot of support is required. You have to upgrade your technologies. You have to give the quality products on time. That is our request. All support from BM will be given to for the development of any part or products which is required by us. Thank you.
Thank you, Srinivasan. A quick word from Srinath and Valiyappan. Not more than 10 words, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So I recall a famous line from Tata. No, I don't believe in taking right decisions, but I believe in taking decisions and make them right. So let us be resilient and create a country which is to be called as the land of opportunity. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I think lots have been said. The main thing will be, for me, value engineering. How you evaluate everybody looking at investments, capital. For me, time is money. In one day, if I can produce X amount of products, if I'm going to be enabling that by a 20% extra, I don't look at anything else but the profits. Because my total cost is the same. The outcome is what matters. It's outcome engineering, audit of processes, reduce cost by value engineering, making sure that you have shared services play a big role. Sir, we talk about JCBs and Hitachis. Those are the ones which have produced our infrastructure in the last 15 years. I don't think anyone has bought JCBs, but they've hired them. So there's a huge sector which can be brought into the MSMEs, which can be a service sector, which is not there today. So like, why are you holding stocks? You can have a centralized stock process in Pina. You can have a centralized stock process, or do a Zomato for a Pina and industry bearings. If you say oils, why are you holding stock? Why are you putting your money there? You're getting your money stuck. So these are the process value engineering, which of course we do as a consulting, as well as a huge opportunity. I think the time has come that we look at 10x growth. I think the growth has to be first. I will grow 10 times in the next 5 years. So that should be the aspiration. So the aspiration is missing for me as an MSME. So otherwise it'll just be another program and another thing. So that's what I would say.
Thank you. Thank you. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw this exhilarating panel to close at the Global MSME Conclave, one thing is abundantly clear. We are not just witnessing a transition in India's economic history, we are driving it right here from Karnataka. With the emphasis from the government of Karnataka on industrialization here, we enter this room talking about MSMEs as the engines of growth. We leave this room understanding they are in fact the fuel, the tracks, the architects of an economic future. Our collective national vision is an absolute non-negotiable roadmap toward a 100 trillion economy. But let us be fearlessly realistic, as said by some of the panelists. A $1 trillion economy, GDP, cannot be built by corporate joints alone. It will be built on the precision engineering floors from Belgavi, clean tech innovations of Mysore, and advanced aerospace clusters of Dharwad and deep tech laboratories of Bangalore. Together, let us resolve. Together, let us achieve. Together, let us build India of our aspiration. Karnataka has always been the cradle of India's future. If India is to become a $10 trillion powerhouse, Karnataka's MSME, backed by the state aggressive beyond Bangalore mandate, will be the primary tip of that economic sphere. Organizations like FKCCI, many more organizations, PIA associated organization plays a very, very vital role. I would like to congratulate Uma and her team for conducting this wonderful event. This being the third successive, we would like to see it's going to 100 successive years also very strong, brick by brick, day by day. This brings to the profound theme guiding our journey, Sankalp se Siddhi, from resolve to realization. Sankalp or resolve, Karnataka has taken a pledge to look beyond traditional commerce. Our resolve is to lead the nation in smart manufacturing, to seamless integrate zero effect green practices, to scale up women-led enterprises through targeted state backing. The Siddhi, our realization, as we have heard from our esteemed panelists, today from BHL, Power Grid, Bemel, Neotrix, and Sona, the bridge from Sankalp to Siddhi requires relentless collaborations. Realizations happens when MSME in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities of Karnataka doesn't survive as a domestic subcontractors, but graduate to become a Tier 1 global system integrator. That is where the game lies. As the chair of this session, I want to leave you with one final thought. M in MSME should not no longer stand for micro or medium. In the context of Karnataka and 100 trillion India, it must stand for mega. Mega aspirations, mega innovations, and mega impact. Let us carry the energy of this room forward. Let us turn our shared resolutions into relentless action, as said by Veliyappan. Thank you so much for a brilliant panelist for their invaluable insight to the organization, to all. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sanjay sir, for summing it up brilliantly. We touched upon ESG compliance, Industry 4.0, transmission lines, current transmission, DC lines. We also spoke about maybe something is wrong in the Vastu of MSME, the startup ecosystem to MSME ecosystems, and funds still being a major challenge to scale up for MSMEs. Thank you very much. It was a fantastic session. May I now call upon our President, Uma ma'am, Sorry? Yeah, I Is there any question from the audience? We can take just one or two questions as we are running out of time.
Yeah, good morning. Namaskara. Okay, as a stalwarts of all BHEL, Power Grid, JSW, BAML, Neo Aerotech and Sona is there. Now this thing is, okay, you talk about the MSME, what you talk is really, realistic you talk, and also about the finance you talk and the technology you talk. Whereas MSME, especially micro and small industries, are manufacturing from pin to aerospace parts, no doubt in it. And at the present situation, what our vendors of BHEL or BEML, all these people, what they're asking, now already after this conflict of war, the last 2 months back, already raw material price increase, oil price increase, and all the inputs like whether it's inserts or carbide or carbon or whatever, it already increased. My request to you, BML or BHEL or whatever it is, see, now there is a requirement of increase for the SME people also from your end also. Because as all these are increased, rates are increased, now you know, especially micro and small industries work with very small margins, you know very well. So now suppose when vendors ask about the increase, please see to it, consider it first so that you will get the material in time and also they will be happy with the thing. Thank you very much.
That was a fantastic point. That is most of the MSMEs are suffering with, sir.
So to answer your question, actually this similar situation came during COVID time. So Government of India had come out with certain guidelines to protect MSME vendors. I think already government has given a circular force measure they have given. So delay in deliveries, we don't have to impose LDs. That is government already has given. I think very soon this price escalation, whatever you are asking, basically you are asking for price escalation. We may be hearing from the government. As soon as it comes, we will implement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May I now request our President, Uma Ma'am, VP Sir Shashidhar Sir, and past President Srinivas Murthy Sir to come on stage to facilitate our panelists.
Good morning, everyone. So I would like to welcome everyone for the session 5. The session 5 is going to talk about the cash flow and the finance, strategies for sustainable MSME engines and financial health. So without much delay, I would now like to call the moderator, Dr. C.A.I.S. Prasad. He has been so he has a big profile. He was the past president of FKCCI. He's the current president. He was a past president of Karnataka State Chartered Accountant Associations, member of SIRC of ICAI, member of the Board of Studies of ICAI, co-opted IT Committee ICAI New Delhi, executive president of Kidwai Cancer Drug Foundation. His current positions are as a president in Karnataka Arya Vaishya Charitable Trust, Jeevan Sandhya Trust, Akshata Poshka Sabha, Senior Vice Chairman of the Lions Club of Bangalore West, Vice President of Vasvi Vidyaniketan, Vice President of Sri Kanika Parameshwari Temple, Vice President of Vasvi Charitable Trust. Please give a round of applause for Dr. C.I.S. Prasad. Further, I would like to call upon Mr. Ravi Nandan Sinha. He is the director of the MSME Business Forum. So, Ravi has been a strategic MSME leader with over 25 years of experience working with Fortune 50 companies, drives global partnership, investment and financing solutions of Indian MSMEs. He's been instrumental in creating green transition and MSME financing funds, an advocate for Make in India and ease of doing business initiative. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Ravi Nandan Sinha. Next, I would like to call upon Sandhya Vasudevan. She's been an independent director and an author, a distinguished board leader with 37 years of global corporate and governance experience, former managing director at Thomson Reuters and Deutsche Bank, actively mentors startups through TIE, IAN, and IMB NSRCell ecosystem. She's been an author and an advocate of innovation-driven and inclusive growth. Lastly, I would like to welcome upon Saket Anand. He's been the Assistant General Manager with over 20 years of experience. He's part of the State Bank of India. Please give a round of applause for all the distinguished guests.
Good morning. Welcome to the technical sessions organized by FKCCI Global MSME Summit. The most very important session for all the MSME to progress to the nation to achieve the 10 trillion economy announced by Honorable Prime Minister of India in this 75th year of independence. All of you know that the total outflow, the credit outstanding by the banks together is standing at 13.7 trillion, whereas the banks which has been given credit to MSME stands only at 64 lakh crores. Most important, there is a priority sector lending of 40% of RBI, and it's been progressing, and all of you know that the panelists, especially the MSME, plays a very important role in the economy of more than contributing to GDP of 40%, but creating a jobs almost like 40% of entire manpower. And MSME is the backbone and engine drive for the growth of economy. And here are the panelists which have been going to give us what the challenges currently facing by the MSME in achieving their target. And how can MSME improve cash flow management, not only by depending on the bankers. Is there any method alternative that the MSME can adopt the new methodology with the new technology? They can avail the loans at lesser rate, or whether the banking system has to change their perception instead of going for asset-based lending, whether they should go for the lease-based or whatever may be the new methods of cash flow to make the every MSME to grow. And what role can fintech, banks and NBFC play in MSME growth? On these lines, I would like to have the moderation and give the option to each of the panelists to talk about their opinion and come to a conclusion where the FKCCI can submit their views and sum up and how the government of India and RBI and banking industry can play a very important role in furthering accelerating the growth of MSME in India. Thank you. Welcome to all the panelists. To my Ravinandan Sinha is the Director MSME Business Forum India. Then again we have Sanket from SBI. And to the right, Sandhya Vasudevan, Independent Director and Author. And we have a moderator, Sri Pranam here. My first question to Ravinandan, what are the biggest financial challenges currently faced by MSME, sir?
Namaskar and thank you so much, FKCCI. It's a privilege to be here from New Delhi and to interact with all the members of FKCCI and the budding MSMEs and interacting and then doing a deliberation and talking on the MSMEs issue. So the question of what are the biggest financing challenges that an MSME is facing, I would say it is threefold. First fold is they don't have the working capital. The second is if they have the working capital, in order to scale up, which is the main focus of any of the MSMEs, they do not have fund to scale up. Number three, and the most important, the foundation, and I'm sure my fellow panelists will agree, in order to scale up, in order to go global, in order to have a 2x or a 3x growth, you're not spending on internal research and development. So while this discussion was happening, I don't want this slide right now, please. Can you switch this slide off, please? I will tell you when to put it. Ladies and gentlemen, financing problem or what an MSME is facing is not one small problem that I don't have a working capital. It is more of a multi-departmental problem. I don't have funds to grow. I don't have funds for research. I don't have funds for seeking new automation or adoption of new automation which can scale me up. And finally, one very important part is, which I am 100% sure, you're not aware of what all is due to you. For example, what all subsidies you are entitled to, what all grants you are entitled to, what all New Delhi can give you or center can give you funds for your growth. You are not aware of that. So it's a mixture of all which makes an issue as a financing issue.
Can I have an opinion from Sanket, sir?
First of
what
all,
are the biggest financial challenges as per banker you come across they're facing?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank FICCI Karnataka for inviting us for this panel discussion on the MSME financing and the related challenges in the MSME sector. Actually, in SBI Karnataka, we have been closely working with FICCI, And on various forums, we have discussed about the challenges being faced by MSME units. Say, I'll simply say there could be, say, challenges could be categorized into in two parts. Say one, challenges pertaining to the unit, and then one could be the external factors. Right now, all of you are aware that we are having this West Asia crisis going on. So various units are unaware of these kind of black swan event which we are having every decade or so. So that is one of the external challenges which what every MSME units in India is facing right now. And then as per the, say for the unit itself, they don't have the proper credit. They don't have the proper credit facility available from the bank. That is one. Then the cost of credit is pretty high because some of the units, some of the borrowers, they go to the, say, NBFCs or to the unstructured financing model, wherein they have to pay a rate of interest ranging from 24% to 36%, which itself will kill the unit. So that is the second problem. And then third problem, say, clubbing MSME all into one umbrella would be a bit difficult, because we have to classify MSME into unstructured, one which is unstructured and one which is structured. Suppose MSME unit having the credit exposure of, or say turnover of more than 100 crore, they would be having a structured accounting practices, they will have a structured financing methods, they will have CFO on the board who will take care of the financing things. But in case of unstructured MSME, say having turnover of 5 crore or 10 crore or 20 crore, they will not have some kind of CFO in the company. It is one person company who is driving everything. He is driving hiring, he is driving HR, he is driving finance, he is driving purchase, marketing, everything. So that is the main challenge being faced by MSME unit. Throughout my experience, I have seen that these borrowers, especially having the credit facility of 50 lakhs to 1 crore to 2 crore and 5 crore, they don't have the boundary between the personal account and the business account. People are paying their medical expenses from the business account. They are paying their children's education school fee or the college fee from the business account. Those boundaries are not there, which is making us, it is making difficult for us to finance to those units. So these are the certain challenges, particular specific to the unit, and then external challenges which is being faced by the MSME sectors right now in India.
In countries of this, what we've been discussed offline, that there's been adopted any new banking methods to understand the present need of MSME, since now earlier there are no GST applicable or state central GST. Now the entire data, especially the turnover of every MSME been recording through, because of the banking like UPI, all the banking mode of payment receipts, everything is digital. In view of the digital economy and digital transaction, whether it has been leveraged to understand, accept without much data or much cumbersome procedure from the MSME to advance the loans?
Sir, actually, one of the common complaint of the MSME units in SBI, with SBI was that we take a lot of time in getting the sanction. That TAT is roughly around 60 to 90 days. That was one of the major complaints. Then the second complaint was that our assessment of the working capital facility is not uniform across the country. So to address these concerns, bank has come up with the different model wherein we run our system into the, there was a back testing for roughly 35 lakhs accounts in SBI. We had the history of, say, 30 years, and we got those things, and we came up with a business rule engine, that is the BRE model, wherein it's a machine learning process based on your cash flow of the unit, based on the income tax being filed by the company, based on your transactions in the account. We arrive at a limit, we arrive at a working capital facility, and that loan can be extended in matter of, say, 2 hours. So our TAT has reduced from, say, 2 months to 2 hours. Right now you would be aware of the, say, portal, loan in 59 minutes. That is exactly what we are doing right now. As of today, SBI is giving loan up to 5 crore in a matter of days. In 1 day, we can give loan up to 5 crore. And very shortly, we are going to roll out this facility up to 10 crore, say from July, and from October, we'll be rolling out loan up to 50 crore in a matter of days. So this will greatly enhance our processing time. This will enhance the availability of credit to the MSME borrowers, and also all these facilities will be at lower rate of interest. Gone are the days when we were charging 12%, 13%, 14%. Right now, as of today, we are charging customers 8 to 9%. Yes, it is different thing that we are at the bottom of the interest rate cycle. Going forward, due to the various external factors, external macros, the rate of interest might go up from here now because of the tightening in the inflation, etc. So these are the facilities regarding what bank has, SBI especially has taken forward for the customers, for the MSME borrowers.
Thank you. This for Sandhya Madam. How can MSME improve cash flow management and financial discipline?
Yeah, I think that's all. Now, there are two things I'd look at it from a financial resilience perspective and a cash flow discipline perspective. If you're looking at financial resilience, I think you should kind of make sure that you have liquidity for at least 6 months. If something goes wrong, like the current Iran war, can you manage your business? Do you have enough liquidity for the next 6 months? The second thing you need to look at is, have you diversified your banking relationships? If you have only one, sometimes it's excellent. You know, you have a 30-year, 40-year relationship. But if something goes wrong, and believe me, I've been with SBI for over 50 years. So that's, it's not to say one bank is not a good thing, but it is useful to have other alternate sources of funding. The third financial discipline that you should look at is, do you have other emergency sources of funding that you can put in? You could get some other kind of mechanisms by which you look at. So that means in times of need, you can get funding from multiple sources. The second bit that you need to look at is cash flows. Most of us don't think of cash flows except on an annual basis. I recommend you look at it on a weekly basis at a bare minimum. I used to manage it on a daily basis. In the early days, you gave a check, it took you a couple of days before the money came into your account, before you could kind of say, where were you? So it's not enough to have the numbers accounted, but you need to see, do you have the cash on hand? The second bit on the cash flow side of it is your receivables under control? We all have a very tight, we have to pay our suppliers. But when it comes to receivables, because the contract is with a big client, we will give them 90 days, 120 days. And then you have a serious mismatch between payments and receivables. The third element is customer concentration. If you take care of some of these, you will be in charge of your financial discipline. This is not about where you get money, but do you have control over how you manage your world? The third one, which I'd like to call out, sir, it's in the context of alternate capital or funding sources. And I'm not going to go into detail because we'll have the next series of conversations. I think Mr. Sinha touched on innovation and potentially IP creation. India doesn't want to create IP because somebody else will copy me. But more importantly, I'll use this platform, sir, maybe you can take that up as a thought leadership item. We need to account it. In 2024-25, globally, 70 trillion that is your goodwill, brand, IP. That was the number globally, 70 trillion. So which means India is leaving a lot of stuff on the table. And if you look at the intellectual property, the way they calculate the numbers internationally, we are leaving a lot of stuff on the table, which also means there is no incentive for an MSME who's created fantastic ideas and solutions to even put it on the IP portal, because that is a problem, and we need to change our accounting methodologies around some of this.
As you rightly pointed out that digital transaction, now the question for SBI panelist, now all the data you've been keep asking, the data, papers and everything. Now the MSME has got access to all the banks. Why all the banks cannot come together, a consortium, and have the information like data digital? By which you will not able to
make the MSME, because most of the MSME is self-employed. The time for compliance is spending more time than they have to do the business. Can you just think of and suggest through SBI whether any mechanism can come out with one data bank where all they can upload the information and all the banks can access the information and just online, like how you've been like the payment gateway. So the moment submit, bankers can log in, because after all it's nationalized banks. So why you have to make the MSME to run here to there, waste the time? Instead of that, 59 minutes, what the Prime Minister of India has been talked about release of loans. How far we have been able to achieve, when we can able to realize?
We already have certain platforms like CIBIL, where all the data are being shared by various banks. Only problem is that this CIBIL is not fetching the data from the NBFCs and the unstructured finances. That is one of the issues we are facing right now. Secondly, what recently SBI has come up with one Operation Saral, wherein we are re-engineering our processes and systems within SBI, wherein, say, customers don't have to visit branch every time for any small thing. And in fact, all the branches, all the franchisees of State Bank of India right now across the country can provide all the services to all the customers. No longer we are into branch banking. All the customers belong to they are the customers of the bank. That is one thing which we have taken in a big way last month only. And this is going to change the way people are banking with SBI, the way people are taking SBI. That is going to change the image. That is one. Second, what sir suggested regarding the centralization of the data. Naturally, we are already having this, our interface is integrated with GST portal. It is integrated with income tax portal. So those data are centralized. We are we are not asking customers to give us the hard copies of the, say, account statements or the, say, GST statements, whatever GST are filing. We are fetching from the central database. So this is what at least SBI is doing. And in case of, say, bigger, wherever the MSME borrowers are having requirement of large finance, there we are going for consortium lending, and the finances are more of a structured finances with the, all the members bank, whatever member banks are there in the consortium.
Thank you. This for Ravi sir, Ravi Nandan. How can MSME can improve cash flow management and financial discipline with the new banking channels or beyond banking channels, as we've been discussed? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I will take now this discussion to a different tangent, in the sense, today all the PSU banks, or be it an MNC banks, if they are lending, they are primarily lending as per their SOP set in 1970s, 1980s. They are still asset-based lending. Nothing has changed for an MSME. Every data is available. Let me tell you, every data is available to the credit manager. What any of the PSU bank cannot do, and what RBI is telling them to do, we had a meeting in Delhi some couple of years ago when RBI categorically told PSU bank, go for cash flow basis lending, which was not taken up by any of the PSU banks because of their reluctance to write basis the projections or basis the receivables to be discounted by the banks, because they have a traditional way. I totally agree there is a 59-minute PSB loan scheme. Let's calculate how many MSMEs have been benefited out of that, because they are not falling into that SOP. I will take one step beyond. We have now to educate the MSMEs to think apart from a banking structure. They have to go by the RBI rules. We have to now think of a structured lending process which is beyond asset collateralized based. What is that? That is the model where you need to now come into leasing model, which I'm sure a lot of people are aware of. Second thing is the alternate investment funds coming from family offices. I was in the Prime Minister's delegation when we are going out of India. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of inward investment happening in India, and one of the example is Korean funds are wanting to come and invest in India, in the sense they will be working on the receivables part. The receivables part. Now, I want to show you something, if that can be please shown on the screen. If that can be shown on the screen, we created two funds. One fund was this. Yes. If you see this, this is a 750 crore fund which was created for MSMEs. Again, this is not asset based, this is not collateral based. What is that? Number one was, we said the capex, please don't put money into your capex. We will come, that is the alternate fund will come, the family office fund will come, and we will try and secure it. 700 crores fund on your capex. No collateral needed, no corporate guarantee needed. My friends from banking segment are sitting here. You will not be giving funding to a B-rated entity. I will fund a B-rated, a triple B, even I'll fund, because I will see the projections. I will see the receivables. I will see the growth. Unfortunately, that SOP has not come in. Point number one. Point number two is, you are seeing a fund coming into it. You are going and collecting fund from a business loan which is close to 12%, my friend just said. But you are not thinking, you are not evaluating, you are not studying, because you are dependent on somebody else to tell you, why can't you lease an asset? Ladies and gentlemen, whoever MSME is sitting here, go to any developed country in the world. I take it Japan, Korea, European nation, America. You are not asset heavy. Indian MSMEs are asset heavy, and then you have to pledge that asset. Because the moment you keep on pledging the asset, you will be getting the working capital. Second part is, how have you reduced your cost? Now, when I say reduce your cost, is not only on your salaries, on your cost cutting, on your other departmental cost. Can I have the other slide, please? Now see this slide. In G20, we again launched this for MSMEs, and I'll be very happy. In fact, I was speaking to Mrs. Uma Reddy last time that I met, and Mr. Shishu. We would be working very closely with FKCCI on this fund. You are paying, a manufacturing concern is paying 16 rupees, 18 rupees for a commercial energy that you buy. Why are you not going into an open access or your own, where again I am ready to fund you? Now again, this fund, ladies and gentlemen, which you see, is being supported by Mitsui Sumoto Bank from Japan, routed through banks, because again, family office, routed. Now what happens is, an MSME sees, my funds are safe, my business is safe, because one, I'm going asset light. Number two, my cost centers are going light. I have to expand, I have to buy a generator. The generator cost me 45 lakhs. I go to SIDBI. SIDBI says, you pledge 25% with me, put a FD of 25%, I'll give you the money. I say, no. You give me 10% margin money, 10% to 25%. And 90% I'm going to fund you. Now that reduces the burden of an MSME. Then hits his cash flow. Number two, you are not digitizing. You say we are digitized. You're not digitized. By just buying one ERP, one payroll solution, you're not digitized. Digitized is from procurement to service. We will come up. We have tied up with a couple of companies where they say, sir, we'll give you a 3 months pilot, no money taken. The best example is Jio. Let me tell you, everything is digitized. Now Jio is coming up with a retail store where you don't even have to wear a dress. You will stand in front of that. If you like it, even till the invoicing is all digitized. Why can't we as bankers, we as people, cannot teach our MSMEs that, sir, time has now come where the traditional working has to be tweeted, has to be packaged. We cannot keep on pledging our assets. What is the next big step to do is, let us work on a model where we give our credit history to our bank. What is that? Even the bank today is not pushing more of CASA, because CASA builds your credit history. All the officers that I meet, the erstwhile senior officers were all into CASA. We are not encouraging the MSMEs to start history from day one through CASA. We cannot keep selling them. Number two is, please tell them, any funding that they require, please do a deep down feasibility study. The multinational banks, in fact, you were in multinational bank, Deutsche Bank, they do a feasibility study. DBS Bank does a feasibility study. Our PSU banks, we ask for a report, a project report, but we are not asking an R&D report. Now, a family office goes for an R&D report. Now, that helps in getting a lot of funds. So, primarily, for me to push a kind of cash flow easiness for MSMEs, I would say, look beyond banking. Banking will be your core foundation. Please modernize yourself, please adopt and approach family offices, PE funds, because funds are coming into India. Thank you.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, I would like to add to what sir was saying, rightly said that previously, I mean, Ether 2, the financing model of, say, sir said asset light model. So asset light model was restricted to airline sector. So far, airline sector is being financed on lease basis, and it is an asset light model. Currently, we do advise. In fact, we work as an advisor also and consultant also through our SBI CAP, and even our branches and SME branches are working as advisors to the MSME units. We do advise them. Some of the MSME units who were in stress, who had the cash flow issue, we told them that you can sell off your assets and you can lease them. So that if you sell off your land, say suppose you sell off your factory building and land, then you are getting cash immediately, and that then you can take that rent, whatever rent you are paying for using that premises, that can be taken as a cost in your operating income. So you are saving tax as well. So this way also we are advising our customers that you can go asset light. That is one. Second thing is what sir said, that cash flow based funding. We in SBI already doing that up to 50 crore. That's what I narrated in my previous conversation, that up to 50 crore we are going to have financing only on the basis of cash flow. That is one. You will be surprised that there are 35 parameters which will look into account statement to arrive at the limit required by you. And whatever the duplicate transactions are there, whatever transactions are there to your personal accounts, we nullify those transactions. And it is all based on machine learning. So already SBI has taken a big step towards cash flow based funding. That is also. Thank you.
Thank you. Your views, Sandhya Madam, on this. What is the alternative and best way of funding for MSME beyond banking?
I'll just build on what Mr. Sinha was talking about. One of the funds which I really find fascinating is the Self-Reliant India Fund. There's 52,000 crores which has been allocated there. It was first 50,000 crores, now it's 52,000 crores. What that does is, this corpus has been given by the Government of India, which in turn goes to a VC or the appropriate organizations which can disperse the funds. So which means it's a kind of a capital that's given to you. I won't go into the technicalities of how that works, but it is available to you. It's not just a lending thing, which means it'll strengthen your balance sheet very strongly if you go down that route. And if you strengthen your balance sheet, which means even your operating lease or financial lease can be much more easily leveraged than it is currently capable of being tackled. The other one which I found very interesting is the SIDBI's fund, which is about 5,000 crores, which again is a pretty large number to look at. You have actually, if you look into, it depends on the MSME and where you are. If you're involved in the agri-technology, agriculture side of things, NABARD has a ton of them which you can leverage again. And especially if you look at the complete circular economy, one of the examples I'll give you is, we were looking at how do you fund credit or how do you provide credit to small farmers. And then we found if we link it to the sugarcane factories, that's an option. But then out of the 500 sugarcane factories that we were looking at, only 200 of them were producing ethanol. If you're able to help and as an ecosystem player like SBI or NABARD, if they start supporting that, then that means funding the farmer is the least of your problems because you're driving energy security for the country. So it's an ecosystem play which you need to work with. Now, an SME is not going to know this kind of information. But let me tell you, most of you have young people in your company, your families. Please ask them to just do the AI searches, the simple Google searches, and do 10 questions around that. You will get the information in half an hour today, and then validate it with your CA, with the companies or the funders that you're going with. It's not complicated. Don't listen to only traditional advice. Explore the opportunities. Because let me tell you, it is very easy to find these options today, which is more difficult, a few years back.
Thank you.
Hello. In fact, we have a chartered accountant also, Dr. Dr. Prashad sitting here. And I think with two bankers, and I'm crushed in between, and we have an auditor here. Sir, honestly speaking, it's a collective responsibility, and you as an auditor, you must say this, and I think my banking friends will also agree. Sir, management of MSMEs, where we are lacking is the capacity building. Sir, while I was listening in the previous panel, somebody from BEL said, we are doing vendor management, we are doing management. Sir, I'll tell you, there is a Singapore bank called DBS Bank. They do not talk about banking, they talk about beyond banking. We have grown up seeing SBI, and I wanted to ask you this, is that MSME needs capacity building, because only through that, they will understand what a bank needs, what a cash flow can be done, how they can attract foreign investment, how a family office fund can come, how an AIF can come in, or how different schemes can be beneficial to them.
Yeah, it's very, very important to note. Actually, you have seen that MSME in India, we made a presentation before Honorable Prime Minister, 70% of self-employed. You see the compliances. There are more than 400 complaints which they have to do day to day. And we made a presentation before the standing committee that if a person is been only for spending time for the compliance, where he will find time to do the business? First thing. Second thing, you have seen that there is an outsourcing CFO. Correct? And you have seen the capital market, that today the scenario of capital market, you take any app, from the time you make investment till the finalization, there is an app. We have to use the AI. Only thing is now, the question is that the banking industry is still depending on the CA for certification and make the MSME to go beyond. Day has come when you can see the visible transaction, like in foreign online credit. When you have seen the transaction, when you have seen the digital transaction, when the bank, MSME is going through all the banking channel, I don't think that you need again certificate from MSME to go to a chartered accountant, though it may be an opportunity for me. But I feel any innovation by FM, industrial inconvenience may be professional opportunity. But today, the data mining, the data availability in the system through various panel is even very cumbersome for the chartered accountants. Finally, I would like to mention that when Government of India has come out with 5 lakh crore guarantee for MSME loan, why do you want so much, and why do you want collateral, and why do you want guarantees? When Government of India say that once you have registered with MSME Udayam portal, why do you want to classify NPA? This is the question which I've been asked Finance Minister, the Finance Secretary. They are not having answer. then why do you say that the government of India is coming with guarantee? So this is the drive which I want again ask you, through my President FKCCI, I want to present before Prime Minister, that when government of India is giving a credit guarantee of 5 lakh crores, I think do away all this paperwork, go with only the digital transaction, start funding, and finally I want to say 13 trillion you are given market cap for all the industry. It's only a 64 lakh crores for MSME. It's not even, I can say that 5% or 10% of what you have been giving. The way ahead is that avoid the interface like income tax department, e-initiatives, and time you allow more to MSME to do the business than compliance, the nation can achieve 10 trillion. So I want actually SBI to make a final statement how MSME can achieve 10 trillion with your proactive role in banking. And I'm very happy Ravinandan has come out that he would like to collaborate with the FKCCI. So we are here to take your suggestion and madam to see that how MSME can become convergence with the digital. So with this, I think Sanket, you can final remarks.
Sir, I'll touch upon say what you said. We asked for so many documents for financing. Actually, any MSME having Udyam registration certificate and GST is enough for us to finance you. That is fair enough. We need only 2 documents. Who are you and whether you are registered, you are having GST number or not. That is all we want for financing any unit. Those 2 documents only we need. That is one. Second thing is regarding the collateral requirement. Up to 10 crore of loan, Government of India guarantees the collateral under CGTMSE scheme. We do not ask for separate collateral from any MSME units. Besides, there is one mutual credit guarantee scheme up to 100 crore. Any MSME unit can avail loan up to 100 crore without any collateral. That's a sea change in the collateral requirement. That's a sea change in the perception of the bank and perception of the MSME units that bank do not lend without collateral. We do extend without loans without collateral.
Why do you classify NPA then?
No, NPA classification is for the borrower for the financial discipline. In fact, in one of my seminar with RBI, I suggested to RBI that NPA classification for MSME unit should be 120 days or 180 days instead of the current 90 days. Because MSME has different set of challenges that we had proposed not in the official forum, but separately I talked to some of the RBI officials wherein I told them that you can change this definition of NPA from 90 days to 180 days or 150 days. That could be a fair proposition. But not classifying NPA altogether will be like you just close your eyes to the financial indiscipline by some of the borrowers. So,
thank you. Last word from Ravinandan sir.
Once again, thank you FKCCI. Thank you Honorable President Uma Reddy ma'am. Thank you Mr. Sishu. And once again, I would say through FKCCI, we would love to roll out this fund which we have under the leasing model. We would love to fund the energy transformation where we have a $40 million fund. This shows that how serious FKCCI is, and thank you for calling me all the way from Delhi. But let's contribute and let's do something for MSME. SBI will always be our bigger umbrella, and we have Sandhya also here. So let's contribute now through FKCCI and make it very big. Thank you.
Thank you. Final word from Sandhya ma'am.
We work with Mr. Prasad and FKCCI as part of TIE. And the startup ecosystem is barely 0.3% of the MSME. So while the numbers are large, we don't contribute very much. But having said that, I think the opportunity to work together and make the change is very large. And there's definitely a lot more money than we think there is. And more than happy to do whatever we can to help the MSME sector become really effective in the country.
Thank you so much for the wonderful talk on the finance and the cash flow. A lot of insight obviously has been shared and we have learned a lot. May I now request the office bearers of FKCCI, President Uma Reddy, Senior Vice President Sairam Prasad, and Vice President BP Shashidhar, and also the past President Dr. Jacob Krasta to come onto the dais. And I also request the chairman of the MSME, Global MSME Conclave, Dipeshapa, to come onto the dais. Thank you, everyone. I know we didn't have the time for the question and answers, so if anybody has any questions, they will be in the waiting room. So please go ahead and please ask your questions. Thank you so much. Now, may I now request Arya to come onto the dais. She is actually she's part of the UK company, that is Ullas Kamath and Company, and also she is leading this initiative from FKCCI. She will be talking about an interactive session of SME with UK and Company. Please give a round of applause for Arya.
Okay, hi everyone, good evening. Sorry, good afternoon. I am Arya. I am from UK & Co, Ullas Kamath and Company, and I am representing UK & Co and FKCCI here. We have a very unique initiative. As you all know, Government of Karnataka is shaping the next MSME policy for 2027 and thereafter. So it's our initiative to sort of speak to all business leaders such as yourself, gather the perspectives from you and collect them and hand it over to Government of Karnataka. So this is a very unique initiative, and what I'm going to do here is have an interactive session with you. This is a very short 15-minute session. There is a QR code displayed here. Can I request all you leaders to please scan, and you'll be directed to a link where we have a bunch of questions, and it's a very short 16 questions. If I can have all of you to answer it, it'll be great. So this is a live poll, so you can see the answers here as you respond, of course unanimous. So, sorry, anonymous. So, can I request all of you to please scan and come on to the link? My team, I request all of you to please go around to those who are seated and help them scan the link, please. Vaishnavi, can you put the scanner again, please? Okay, hope everyone has scanned it. Vaishnavi, let's move on to the questions. First question. What type of business do you run? You will see that there will be 3 options on your screen. So if you can just click the one corresponding to your business. What type of business do you run? Okay, a lot of services here. Oh, very few from manufacturing. How come? That's you. Okay, majority from services. Okay, next question, Vaishnavi. Which district is your business headquartered in? You will have a list of districts. If you can please click the corresponding district. Oh, it's no drop down? Okay, you can type it out. You can type it out. Mostly everyone's from Bangalore. Okay, next question, please. What is your business's annual revenue? There are 6 ranges here. So as per the new definition, anything below 10 crore is a micro. So we see a lot of micro businesses are here. Okay, next question. Which sector does your business operate in? These are the most prominent sectors in Karnataka. A lot of IT. Okay, next question. Rank the following barriers to your firm's growth. So skill gap, a big issue. Regulatory compliance, it can get quite tedious. Competition, of course, from startups, from MNCs, from your other local competitors. Market access. Working capital deficiency, another big issue for SMEs. So what is your biggest challenge? You can rank them. Okay, next question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the current business environment of Karnataka? This is an interesting one. Oh, we see the mean is moving up. Okay, down. Okay, next question. How has your business performed in the last 12 months? We want to understand if the SME sector is growing, stagnant, declining. What's happening to your business? It's growing up, great. Okay, next question. What is your primary source of business finance today? Bank loans, NBFCs, friends and family, private investors, venture capital. Oh, interesting. A lot of SMEs are now opting for private investors and VC. That's amazing. Great. Next question. When you took a loan, what was the biggest obstacle that you faced? High interest rates, very high interest rates. Delayed approval. Documentation complexity is improving. That's nice to know. That's nice to know. Okay, next question. Rate your overall satisfaction with access to credit for SMEs. Okay, next question. What functions in your business have you automated so far? Accounting, payroll and HR, inventory management, CRM, which is customer relationship management, sales and marketing, manufacturing, procurement. What all have you automated? Amazing. Okay, next question. How much of your revenue do you invest in technology per year? Oh, a lot of you above 10%. Shows progress. Next question. Is your business actively exploring AI tools? AI is something you can't escape today. Everyone knows that. But are your businesses really exploring these tools? Next question, please. What is the biggest challenge when adopting new technology? You can just put in your answer. It could be it's too expensive. It could be that we're not finding the right talent to institutionalize technology within my business. Yeah. Awareness. Awareness is a big challenge, yes. Confusion. Okay, we see awareness stands out. Next question. Has your permanent workforce grown in the last 2 years? Here we want to understand, is MSMEs actually generating enough employment for the state, or is it declining? More or less stagnant. Okay, next question. Rate the talent difficulty. How difficult is it for you to attract talent, and how difficult is it for you to retain them? retaining is difficult. Okay, next question. Awareness and implementation of ESG. ESG stands for Environment, Social, Governance. So how many of you are aware of ESG, and how many of you have already implemented it in your business? Okay, next question. Okay, that was the last question. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing your perspectives with us. And good day. Have a rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arya. May I now request Arya to come onto the dais and felicitate her. And I request Dipeshappa and the Senior Vice President to come onto the dais and the Vice President to felicitate her. ನೀವು ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ?
ಯಾರನ್ನ? ಹಾಂ. Good afternoon to everybody. Now we have a session on EV revolution, innovation, investment and sustainability. It's a wonderful session. Today we are facing a good amount of problems with the power. So thereby EV comes to the picture. So each one of us need to adopt EV wherever it is applicable, so that we can save some power and improve our efficiency in importing the raw material, crude oil. So in our session, the session chair is by Mr. Dinesh, MC Dinesh, past president of FKCCI. Mr. Ravi Kulkarni, co-founder and CEO, Moonrider Private Limited. Mr. K.R. Venkatesh Gowda, founder, EV Care Solutions Private Limited. Mr. A.R. Nagesh, Managing Director, Suhas Enterprises. Mr. Suhash Bhushan, Managing Director, EV Care. Now I request Mr. MC Dinesh to come on the stage, and Mr. Ravi Kulkarni, Mr. Venkatesh Gowda, Mr. A.R. Nagesh, Mr. Shashi Bhushan. Mr. MC Dinesh is a distinguished first-generation entrepreneur, business leader, and former president of Federation of Karnataka Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the year of 2016 and 17. He led FKCCI during its historical centenary year and contributed significantly to strengthen the chamber institutional framework and industry outreach. He played a key role in the realization of FKCCI centenary building by securing substantial government support for a state-of-art auditorium and research facility. A former president of Karnataka Small Scale Industry Association, he continued to mentor and guide industry as a mentor to the Global MSME Conclave, Bangalore. Welcome you, sir. Mr. Ravi Kulkarni, co-founder and COO, Moonrider Private Limited. He is a co-founder and CEO of Moonrider Private Limited, driving electricity mobility innovation in agriculture. Brings nearly 20 years of expertise in manufacturing, operations and EV development. Formerly associated with Volvo, Tata Motors and Kirloskar Electric. Strong advocate in substantial transportation and green mobility solution. Welcome you, sir. Mr. K.R. Venkatesh Gowda, founder, EVK Solutions Private Limited, entrepreneur and EV industry leader with 30 years of experience in business and public relationship. Founder of Ashwavega Automotive and EVK Solutions in electric mobility and sustainability. Founder, secretary of KEV, MDA and Karnataka State Government, Karnataka State President of IEEVA, recognized for contribution to the EV growth, rural empowerment and community development. Welcome you, sir. Mr. A.R. Nagesh, Managing Director, Suhas Enterprises. He is a renewed entrepreneur, educationist and a business strategic and leadership across education, publishing, e-commerce, automotive and EV sectors. Managing Director of multiple successful ventures under the Suhas brand, including Suhas Enterprises, Suhas Automotive Private Limited. Founder and CEO, Easy Shopee in innovative educational and e-commerce platform recognized by IIM Lucknow. Recipient of several prestigious awards, including the Global Man Award and Doctor of Excellence Award for contributions to business, education and entrepreneurship. Welcome you for the stage. Mr. Shashi Bhushan, Managing Director, EV Care. He is a Managing Director of EV Care Solutions Private Limited with nearly 2 decades of experience in smart solutions, product management and technology-driven infrastructure. Mechanical engineer with MBA Marketing, specialization in strategic business development, enterprises technology integration. Worked with the global organizations including GE India, Godrej and Boyce, Dirac Germany and Sigma Computers across India, Middle East and Middle East markets. Expertise in EV infrastructure, smart city solutions, enterprise security system, sustainable technology ecosystem. Now I request Mr. MC Dinesh to continue the program. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dipashappa. Good afternoon. As we enter this session 6 of the second day, the subject of what we are going to discuss today with all the stalwarts from the EV industry is the future of sustainable mobility. Renewable energy is becoming a cornerstone of India's sustainability agenda and industrial growth strategy, creating significant opportunities for MSMEs across manufacturing, services and technology sectors. This session will focus on how micro, small and medium enterprises can actively participate in the renewable energy ecosystem through solar manufacturing, clean energy adoption, energy efficient operations and innovative green technology solutions. The discussion will explore emerging opportunities in solar components, battery technologies, energy storage, EV infrastructure, waste to energy solutions and sustainable manufacturing practices. Industry leaders, policy makers, renewable energy experts and technology innovators will share insights on government incentives, financing support, technology partnership and market opportunities available for MSMEs in the green economy. The session aims to help businesses understand how sustainability-driven growth can improve competitiveness, reduce operational cost, strengthen environmental responsibility, and position MSMEs as a key contributor to India's clean energy transition. Can I request now for the opening statement from all the speakers? Start with, you can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Ravi Kulkarni. I'm the co-founder and CEO for Moonrider Private Limited. We make electric tractors. If you look at the agriculture as a segment, today in the situations like war and all, so where the fuel prices are increasing and there is a shortage of labor in farms and the farm applications, and diesel tractors are, running heavily across India. We have a, let's say, 10 lakhs volume per year. So 7% of the diesel consumption is by the tractors. So EV makes an important milestone here because the operations cost of EV vehicles is very less, and for tractor it is much more attractive. So we are hoping to make farmers' life better, profitable, and peaceful. Thank you.
Venkatesh Godore.
Hello. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಪ್ರೇ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Before I enter to the actual... Hello. Before I enter to the subject sustainability, ನನ್ನ ಮಾತೃಭಾಷೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೆರಡು ನಿಮಿಷ ನಾನು ಕೆಲವು ವಿಚಾರನ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಬಿಗ್. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿಗಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ಸೇರಬೇಕು. ಒಂದೆಡೆ ಸೇರಿ ಕಲಿತಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇ ವಿ ಎಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಏನು ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅದು 100ಕ್ಕೆ 100 ಪರಿಣಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಂಡ್ ಯೂಸರಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋಂಗಿದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಥರದ ವಿಚಾರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ FKCCI ಇವತ್ತು ತಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ MSME ಕಾನ್ಕ್ಲೇವ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇ ವಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಮಗೊಂದು ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮೊದಲು ನಾನು FKCCIಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇ ವಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಕೇವಲ ಆ ನೋನ್ ಡೆವಿಲ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾತ್ರ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಇ ವಿ ಲೈನವ್ರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ, ಒಬ್ರಿಗೊಬ್ರು ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ MSME ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇದು ಕ್ಯಾಟಲಿಸ್ಟ್. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಕ್ಯಾಟಲಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ. ವಿತೌಟ್ MSME ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಎಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇ ವಿ ಕೂಡ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೈನ್ಡ್ ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ MSME ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ MSMEಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳೆದ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ 40, 50, 100 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ನೀವುಗಳು ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಂದ ನೀವು MSMEಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿಗಳು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಸಸ್ಟೈನಬಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದು ಸರ್ವೈವಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತೀರ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾಂಟೆಂಪ್ರರಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇ ವಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಡ್ರೋನ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಜೆನ್ಜಿ ಜನ್ರೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಮಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗಳು. ಮತ್ತು ಎಥಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡೋದಾದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಬರೀ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ರ್ಯಾಪಿಡ್ ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಅಂತ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು, ಪ್ರಗತಿ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು, ವಿಕಾಸ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಆಸೆ ಪಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷನರೀಸ್ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಪರಿಸರವನ್ನು ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಗತಿ ಪಡೆದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಪ್ರಗತಿಯ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪರಿಸರವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕಾಳಜಿಯಿಂದ ಕಾಣದೇ ಹೋದರೆ ನಾವೇನು ಕಳೆದ ಕೆಲವು ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಪ್ಯಾಂಡಮಿಕ್, ಕರೋನಾ, ಕೋವಿಡಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದ್ವಿ, ಆ ಥರದ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಬಾರ್ದು. ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಇವತ್ತು ಹೇಗೆ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಫರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಎಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟಿವ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇ ವಿ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಭಾಳ ಮಹತ್ತರವಾದ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಇ ವಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇ ವಿ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ನ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪಕನಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಡೀಲರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಇನೋವೇಷನ್, ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಸಸ್ಟೈನಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಾದರೆ, ಇನೋವೇಷನ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಹೈ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಲಿಥಿಯಮ್ ಐನ್. ಮುಂಚೆ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಗಳು ಲೆಡ್ ಆ್ಯಸಿಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಸಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವು. ಆದರೆ ಇವು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಬದಲಾದ ಹಾಗೆ ಅದರ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಉಳಿಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಸಸ್ಟೈನಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಉಳಿಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಲಿಥಿಯಂ ಅಯಾನು ಈ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಲಿಡ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಈಗ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಫಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್. ಯಾರ ಬಳಿಯೂ ಸಮಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಟೈಮ್ ಇಸ್ ಮನಿ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಕೂಡ ಈಗ ಸ್ಲೋ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗಿಂದ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಪ್ಯಾರಾಡೈಮ್ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ಮಾರ್ಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ BMS ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಮತ್ತು ಎಫಿಷಿಯನ್ಸಿಯಿಂದ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನು AI ಕೂಡ ಇತ್ತಿನ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಿಂಗ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಆಗಿ ಏನು ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಪ್ಗ್ರೇಡೆಡು, ಅದನ್ನು ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಟೆಲಿಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್ನ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈ GPS ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಇವನು ಕೂಡ ಅಡಾಪ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಇನೋವೇಷನ್ಗಳು ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಟು ಗ್ರಿಡ್ V2G ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಆ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಟು ಗ್ರಿಡ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ಪವರ್ ಗ್ರಿಡ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಇನೋವೇಷನ್ಗೆ ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಚಿಸಿದಾಗ ಎಮರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಇನೋವೇಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ವೈರ್ಲೆಸ್ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಸ್ವ್ಯಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆಟೋಮಸ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಪವರ್ಡ್ EV ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಮುಂಚೆ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ರೇಟ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ, ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋರು ಈ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ಗಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸ್ವ್ಯಾಪಿಂಗಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಬರೀ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸಮ್ ಅದರ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿ ವಿಲ್ ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಸ್ವ್ಯಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಮೂಲಕ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮಲ್ಟಿಪಲ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ಗೆ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲರ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಇನೋವೇಷನ್ಗಳಿಂದ ಅಂದರೆ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ರೇಂಜ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಆಪ್ರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮೇಂಟೆನೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟೇ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಹಾಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ನ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕನೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಮೊಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಗಳು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡೋದಾದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನಾವು EV ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ? ಒಂದು ರ್ಯಾಪಿಡ್ ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ EV ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್, ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ EV ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದೆ. 2 ವೀಲರ್ 3 ವೀಲರ್ ಬಸ್ಸು, ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಬಸ್ಸು, ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸು, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಹಲವಾರು ರೀತಿಯ ಸೆಗ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ಸೆಂಟಿವ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಮೇಕ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ನಾವು ಚೈನಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲೇ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಟು ವೋಕಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಕ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇನ್ಸೆಂಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ EV ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ರೈಸಿಂಗ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮರ್ ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಆನ್ ದಿ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟೇಷನ್, ಜನ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ EV ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ದೇ ಆರ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ನಿಯರ್ ಟು ದ EV ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ, EV ವೇ ಮೊಬಿಲಿಟಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಇನ್ಕ್ರೂಸಿಂಗ್ ದ ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್, ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಳೆದ 15 ದಿವಸದಲ್ಲಿ 7 ಬಾರಿ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಹೈಕ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಡೀಸೆಲ್. ಈ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟಿವ್ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ EV. ಇನ್ನು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು? ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ 2 ವೀಲರ್ 3 ವೀಲರ್ ಕಾರ್, ಬಸ್ಸಸ್ಸು, ಕಮರ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದು, ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ರೀಸೈಕ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬಂಕ್ ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಹೋಮ್ ಮತ್ತು ವರ್ಕ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ EV ಕಾಂಪೊನೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ MSME ಅವರು ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ EV ಕಾಂಪೊನೆಂಟ್ ತರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ನಾರ್ತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ನಾವಿವತ್ತು ಗಾಜಿಯಾಬಾದು ಮತ್ತು ಜಬಲ್ಪುರ, ಪಂಜಾಬು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಲೋಕಲ್ MSME ಪೀಣ್ಯ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹಬ್ಬದು. ಸೊ ಇಂಥ ಪೀಣ್ಯ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಏರಿಯಾದವರು MSME ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿದ್ರೆ ಮೋಟಾರು, ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲರು, BMS, ಚಾರ್ಜರ್ಸು, ಪವರ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಾನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಾಗೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಸ್ಪೇರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕಲಿ ಜಾಬ್ನ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಿಮಗೊಂದು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಹಾಗೂ ನಮಗೆ ವಸ್ತುಗಳನ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ದರದಲ್ಲಿ ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ EV ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರಿಂಗ್ ಹಬ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ FKCCI ಮತ್ತು ಟೀಮ್ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಮೊಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಟೀಮು ಒಂದು EV ಪಾರ್ಕ್ ಕನಸನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕಂಡಿದೆ ಇರೋದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಹಲವಾರು ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಮುಂದುವರಿಬಹುದು.
ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ನೀವು ಅವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿ ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಅದರ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್. ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಐ ನೌ ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ನಾಗೇಶ್? ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ ರಿಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಿಮ್ದೇನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಂಪ್ನಿ.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ನಾನು ನಾಗೇಶ್ ಅಂತ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ 1942 ಇಂದ ನಾವು ಬುಕ್ಸ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ. ಈಗ 2022 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಾನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ನ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಾವು 2 ವೀಲರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ 3 ವೀಲರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಾವೇ ದೇಶದ ಮೊದಲ PMSM ಮೋಟರ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ರಿಕ್ಷಾ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಆಟೋ ಕಂಪ್ನಿ ಬರೀ ಪ್ಯಾಸೆಂಜರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲಗೇಜ್ ಆಟೋ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಾವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ವೆಜಿಟೇಬಲ್, ಫ್ರೂಟ್ಸ್, ಐಸ್ ಕ್ರೀಮ್, ಚಪ್ಪಲ್ ಮಾರೋದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಮಾರೋರಿಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆ ಥರ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡೋರಿಗೆ, ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಮನೆ ಮುಂದೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಮಾರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ವಿತ್ ಗೋರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇವತ್ತಿನವರೆಗೂ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಕಂಪ್ನಿನೂ ಈ ಥರ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಮೊದಲ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಇರೋವಂಥ ಗಾಡಿಗಳು. ಈಗ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಗೋರ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರು ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಸ್ತೆ ಬದಿ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಲೇ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗಳಿಂದ ತುಂಬ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ಗೆ, ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೊಂದು HP ಕಂಪ್ನಿಯವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇಂಟಿಗ್ರೇಟೆಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅವರು ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಗೂ ಟ್ಯಾಬ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. 80,000 ವರ್ತ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಮನೆಯವ್ರಿಗೂ ಅದರದ್ದು ಲಿಂಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಮನೇಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರ ಇರೋವಂಥ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಯಾವುದಿದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನಲ್ಲೇ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೇಮೆಂಟು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರ ತಗೊಂಬಂದು ಡೆಲಿವರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗಳಿಂದ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿರೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮಿಂದ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗೋವಂಥ ಇದೊಂದು ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 2 ಮಂತ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ಲು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಈಗ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಹೇಳಿರೋ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಈ ವಾರ್ ಇರೋದರಿಂದ ಏನೇನು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲು, ಡೀಸಲ್ಲು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಗ್ಯಾಸು ಎಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲೂ, CNG ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಎಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲೂ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ EV ನಾವು ತಂದಿರೋದು. ಈಗ ಪಾಸ್ಟ್ 3 ಮಂತ್ಸ್ ನಾವು 2 ಇಯರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾರಿದ್ದೀವೋ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 2 ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಂದರೆ ಈ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೌತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಆಫ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಯಾರೂ ಸ್ಪೇರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಸ್ಪೇರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ಸು ನಾರ್ತಲ್ಲೇ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ 90%. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಓನರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಲ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೈಡ್ ಯು ಹೌ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಸ್ಪೇರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರಿಂಗ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ FKCCIಯಿಂದ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Thank you, Rakesh. So, Shri Bhushan, please, about your company and of what you do.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all. Okay. So, as Subhash sir mentioned, so EV industry is growing, ecosystem is growing, we all growing in the automobile segment, particularly in 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, 4-wheelers, and also heavy vehicles in EV. But the challenge is spares. As sir mentioned, Subhash sir mentioned that spares is the problem. So we have encashed this as an opportunity from EV Care Solutions India Private Limited. We have identified the OEMs or manufacturers who manufactures these electrical components for automobile segment, and we are giving a opportunity for them as well. We are going to work as an aggregator for the manufacturers, for the business guys who are going to start their business, and we are giving an ecosystem or technical support to them as well. So, and also we are giving an employment opportunity for the youths who are just come out from the colleges, who are just having some 2 or 5 years of experience, by giving a EV Care Solutions. What we are doing is we are giving multi-locations, multi-brand EV 2-wheeler service stations across Bangalore. Our target is to start 100 service stations in few months, and we want to reach 1,000 numbers in this coming financial year. So that is the plan we are coming up with, so that much of spares requirements are there in the industry. So that for that we have to develop the OEMs. A lot of opportunity for the OEMs or equipment manufacturers in the MSME segment particularly, so that they will supply to us, supply to the EV Care centers, and then we can meet the customer problem area. So what is the customer is, as Subhash sir itself is mentioned, he is a manufacturer of a automobile segment, starting from 2-wheeler to 4-wheeler. Okay. But for them, it is a problem to get the right case in India. But we are mostly importing a lot of electrical and electronic components from other countries. I don't want to mention the names. But we want to develop those components which is required for our industry and our consumptions. And we are capable of manufacturing good quality products and export to other countries. In that dimensions, India is growing. Okay. And we have got a very good opportunities to grow in this MSME segment and small component manufacturing segment, because this is a very consumable product. So wear and tear is there. That is automobile segment. So these components will be replaced. And moreover, we are reducing the carbon content. So this is the one green and clean revolution in this ecosystem. So that is why we also started a lot of development activities, innovation activities, lot of technology implemented in our company, starting from AI-driven or software-driven order processing, analyzing the data, analyzing the stock, identifying the OEMs where we can get the right product from the right at the right place. So we need a space at the right time at the right place so that we can meet the customer requirement. So as soon as we say that we are going to serve the end customer challenges, the component, whatever is manufactured at the facility, should reach at the right time at the where the service is happening. So we are giving a complete ecosystem. We are giving an employment opportunity. We are giving an employment for the transportation industry also. We are giving employment opportunity for the youths also, for the logistic companies, manufacturings, many other peoples. So from our company, we are going to get at least 10,000 employment, 10,000 employees get an employment, directly or indirectly. So by implementing 1,000 service stations, so this is our strategy altogether. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Ravi Kulkarni, I have a question for you, and I'm sure the audience would like to know. How can MSMEs participate in battery manufacturing, charging infrastructure, and mobility service?
Right, sir. Sir, if you look at MSME, it contributes to around 75% of the Indian auto components manufacturing and accounts for 30% of the GDP roughly, if I'm right. So MSME has a very significant role for the EV transition and EV growth. So as you mentioned, so I mean, the component manufacturing and the which includes battery, power electronics and other components, and secondly charging infrastructure, and thirdly the mobility service. These are the three very important segments where we need MSME participation, because I mean today the EV penetration is less than 10%. It is hardly around between 8 to 9%. So still there is a significant journey. So working on battery packs, okay, so battery pack manufacturing, closely working with cell manufacturer to build the battery packs for two-wheelers, three-wheelers, commercial vehicles, and the off-road vehicles is very much important. See, why we started making battery packs in-house? Because when we wanted our battery packs, there was no one who can build battery packs for our application and supply at the earliest time. So it was taking time. So there was no option other than building packs for ourselves. So I mean, if you look at, as I said, two-wheeler is still around 6% market. So there is a huge demand for the components. So it may be power electronics, motors, or thermal management systems. So a lot of opportunities.
Can you list out those components which you think are on a regular basis? For example, the spares, which are all important for these vehicles. How exactly can the MSME play a role there, especially the micro and small? I believe they will play a bigger role. And when you talk about the small, they're capable enough of definitely handling a lot of things, because most of the auto components today, which is made, is always based out of small industries. So I think if the EV industry looks at and builds up the data as to what your requirement will be, at least for the state of Karnataka, then I think you should be looking at people, because an area like Pune itself, which can start from a pin and build a plane, so that should be a place where you should all look after. So my request to all of you on the dais here is to build up a requirement list, and you can share it with us. Maybe we could have a collective vendor development program where you can display your component, and FKCCI and PIA can play a role in getting you to be connected to all the MSMEs.
Correct. Sir, I mean, actually the MSC have a great opportunity. If you look at all OEMs are in a stage to localize every component, because there are PLI schemes, FAME schemes, PM E-Seva schemes, and state subsidies and all. So for all those schemes, what is the key requirement is for the localizations. So in order to have Atmanirbharta, so and build ecosystem in India. So we need MSC participation. Without small players, we will not be able to grow our industries. The one thing which I emphasize is all small players and including OEM manufacturer think of collaboration and localizing the components. It may be battery casings or the charger casings or even the let's say connectors. Today if you look at large amount of connectors are being imported from China and other countries.
That is why I said we should put up a vendor development event so that people will also come to know the small industries and the medium as to what is the requirement, because I think it's a very fluid state where the EV industry is. You're not, for example, if Bajaj wants, they come up and put up those things like BHEL, BEL. So if you as EV industries collectively sit down and work out, I'm sure the MSMEs will be more than happy to see about it, because that is another opportunity for the MSMEs to look into.
Definitely, sir. FKCC has a great role to play here, because one side there are OEMs and other side there are small players, MSCs and the industries. So OEMs have their requirement and all the small players or the MSME peer, they have their strengths. We need to leverage. So bringing everyone on the common platform instead of creating competence, create the collaboration. See, in today's days, the collaboration is the only way to forward, not the competing with each other. So, I mean, FKCCI can be a great platform in having a localization for all these EV components.
Thank you. And next, you want to add something?
ಸಿ ನಮ್ಮ ದಾನಪುರ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅವರು ಇದೇ MSME ಥರದ ಒಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಕರೆದಾಗ ಶೋಭಾ ಕರ್ನಾಜಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು, ಅದು ನಾನು ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದಂಥ ಪಾಯಿಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಒಂದು ಕನ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಎ PLI ಸ್ಕೀಮ್, ದೇ ಶುಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ದ MSME. Right now what is happening is the fact that PLI scheme, production linked incentive scheme, is only for the big heavy industries. The really no big players, I don't want to take anybody name, they are all getting their work done of the parts through MSME industries. But PLA scheme they are enjoying. Whereas these MSME people who are struggling, they are putting their hard working money and time, energy and manpower in like Pune industrial area, they are not getting a single rupee NP benefit from the PLI. So we request from the FKCCI, please we have to give a memorandum to the government, at least for the new government, in extending that facility even for the MSME. Then they will be interested and excited to enter the industry.
No, we will be more than happy. Please send us a memorandum how we want, and we will see that we will submit it to the government and also organize a meeting where we can have an interaction with the concerned people.
Sure.
The next question, I have something for Mr. Nagesh. Sir, how can MSMEs innovate to remain competitive in a rapidly evolving EV market? That's right.
MSME already involved in very big role in EV industry, and a lot of schemes already they are introduced, like central government Yuva scheme, Shri Shakti scheme, Rojgar Yojana under also there is a scheme for EV industry between 4 lakhs to 6 lakhs rupees. They are giving subsidy for vehicles, but properly youth are not using that schemes because they are not aware about all these schemes, especially in North India, in UP, Haryana and all, they are using lot. In South, in the past 1 year, people have started to use that. And to use that scheme, the state government should approve that scheme to implement in Karnataka or any other states. The state governments compulsory ಆಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ತೊಗೊಂಬರ್ಬೇಕು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಗೆ.
Do we have a EV policy in Karnataka for your...
EV policy ಇದೆ, but the problem EV ಪಾಲಿಸಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸರ್. ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೇಕು. ಇದೇ ನೀವು ಬಿಹಾರಲ್ಲಾಗ್ಬೋದು, UPಲಾಗ್ಬೋದು ಹೋದರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಗೋರ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ 1.5 ಕೋಟಿ 2 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿಗೆ ಎಕರೆ ಮಾರೋದನ್ನು EV ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ 15 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೇಟಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೆ. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
To become competitive, our land prices are high.
ಹೌದು,
ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಇ ವಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಅಂದರೂ 50 ಎಕರೆ ಜಾಗ ಬೇಕು. ಒಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಕಂಪೋನೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೂ 1/2 ಎಕರ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೇಕು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ತೊಗೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಪೇ ಮಾಡಿ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾರೆ ಗೋರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದನೇ. ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಅವರು 1.5 ಕೋಟಿಯಿಂದ 3 ಕೋಟಿ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರನೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಓನರ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರೋವಂಥ 4-5 ಕಂಪ್ನಿ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಅನದರ್ 2 ಕಂಪ್ನೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆಂಧ್ರ, ತೆಲಂಗಾಣ ಆಲ್ಸೋ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ರೇಟು ತುಂಬ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಗೆ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಇ ವಿ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಅಂಡರ್. ಬೇರೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟಲ್ಲಿ ಇ ವಿಗೆ ಅಂತಲೇ ಒಂದು
ಅಲ್ಲ. ಈಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟೆಡ್ ಇನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್, ನೀವು Tier 2, Tier 3 ಸಿಟೀಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತಾ ನಿಮಗೆ? ಇನ್ನು ಪ್ರೈಸಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದಲ್ಲ?
ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್, ಬಟ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಯಾವುದೇ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಆದರೂ ನನಗೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲೇ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ಮೇಜರ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಹೋದರೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಊರಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಇ ವಿ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸ್ಪೇರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್ದು, ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿದು. ಬಟ್ ಅದೇ ಕಂಪ್ನೀಸ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲೇ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ದಾವಣಗೆರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ರಾಯಚೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ ತಗೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ರೆಡಿನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆನ್ ದಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸಿ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ವೈ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಡೋಂಟ್ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಅದರ್ ದೆನ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು.
ಸರ್, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅಂದಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದಿರ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್. ಒಂದು ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಹುಡುಗ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಹುಡುಗಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಿದ್ರೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಹುಡುಗಿನೇ ಬೇಕು, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಹುಡುಗನೇ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾರೆ ಹೊರತು ನನಗೆ ದಾವಣಗೆರೆ ಇರಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾರು ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಥರ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ರೆಡಿನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ತುಮಕೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ರೆಡಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡು, ಬಟ್ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು.
ಈಗ ನಾವು ತುಮಕೂರ್ನು ಗ್ರೇಟರ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. ಬ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಇಸ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ನಾವು
ಇಫ್ ಐ ಕಾಲ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು, ಯು ಪೀಪಲ್ ವಿಲ್ ಗೋ.
ಸರ್, ಈಗ ನಂಜನಗೂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್, ನಂಜನಗೂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ ಗೌರಿಬಿದನೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ, ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿಲಿ 40 ಲಕ್ಷ 50 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ತಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರೇ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಓನರ್ಸೂ ಅದನ್ನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲೇ ಬೇಡ, ನಮಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ ಅಂತ ಅವರು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ.
ನನ್ನ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ತಮಗೇನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟೇ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಲಾಜಿಕ್ಕು.
ಬಿಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
ದೆನ್ ಹೌ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ಬಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್?
ಈ ಸಲ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವರ್ಷ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡೋಣ.
ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೇ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ದಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್ನೆಸ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಇರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್. ಸೊ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ನೋಡಿ, ಇಫ್ ಯು ಲುಕ್ ಎಟ್ ದ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ ಬೆಲ್ಗಾಮ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ತಾನೆ? If you go to Mangalore, there are a lot of industries, Mysore industries, but why people want to concentrate?
Sir, here I want to add one more thing. Nowadays, PPP model is also going to be very successful. RTO department ಈಗ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ಟೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗ PPP ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ನೀವು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕೊಡೋಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಇಟ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಲೀಸ್ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ PPP ಮಾಡೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಜಾಗನ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಬಂದು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದು. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಆ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಕೆಲವು ಸಂದರ್ಭ.
ಇವಾಗ ನೀವು ಹೇಳೋದು ದಿ ಇ ವಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಇಸ್ ಲುಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಟ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಲೀಸ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ನೀವು
ಈಗಿದೆ. ಸಮ್ 5 states like UP implemented long time 99 years lease because we don't want ownership also. Our intention is not to like ADV ಥರ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಲೋನಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ವಿ ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಎ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಲೀಸ್ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಓಎಮ್ಸ್ಗಳು ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ಎರಡನೇದು ರೋಡ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ಈ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಬಂದಿರೋ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಸದ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ ಇ ವಿ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಗೆ ರೋಡ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ನ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಹೌ ಟು ಬಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್? ಒನ್, ತಾವು ಹೇಳೋ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಇನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಇನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್. What is the next? What is the other things where we can be more competitive? See, technology is not a problem in Karnataka because talent is very good, alva. So you don't, your AI, everything sigute. How can you be competitive with the neighboring state who is going to be, for example, your latest in the next week or month you'll have your labor charges going up big, correct? You're going to be 21,000 minimum wage. So how are we going to be competitive and come?
Sir, ಅದೇ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಕಂಪೋನೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ದಿ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಏನು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಬೇರೆ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು ಇ ವಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಆಗೋಣ, ಆ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ಇವಾಗ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಬಂದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೇಟಲ್ಲಿರೋಂಥ ಬೇರೆ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋರು ಅವ್ರು ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಇವಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಆಗೋಣ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಕಂಪೋನೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ 25-30 ಕೋಟಿ ಟೂ ವೀಲರ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾಲಿ, ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸು. ನಾವು ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 1 ಲಕ್ಷ ಗಾಡಿ ಮಾರಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 1 ಲಕ್ಷ ಗಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಮಾರಿದ್ರೆ ಅನದರ್ 10-15 ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ನಮಗೆ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿಂದ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲನೂ ನಾವೊಂದು 50,000 ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಲು ಮಾರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾರುವಂಥ ಗಾಡಿಗಳು ಟೂ ವೀಲರ್ಸು. ಸೊ ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 1 ಲಕ್ಷ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೂ ಇನ್ನೂ 10-15 ವರ್ಷ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅನದರ್ 30 ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಲೈಫ್ ಇದೆ ಈಸಿಯಾಗಿ. ಹೊಸ ಗಾಡಿಗಳು ತೊಗೊಳಕ್ಕೆ, ನಾಟ್ ನಾವು ಹಳೆ ಇವಿನ ಮಾರ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೊಸದು ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಅನ್ನೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ 50 ವರ್ಷ ಲೈಫ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಹೊಸ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲಿಂದ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋಣ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 1 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಇಂಡಿಯಾಲಿ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅನದರ್ 15 ವರ್ಷ ನಾವು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿನ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್.
ಶಶಿಭೂಷಣ್ ಅವರೇ, ತಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್. ವಾಟ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟೀಸ್ ಡಸ್ ದಿ ಇವಿ ಇಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಫಾರ್ MSMEs across the value chain?
So MSME will have a greater opportunity for creating value chain, okay, in the EV ecosystem, okay. So like employment, okay, and franchisee model, service operations, logistics. So we can create a value chain between these loops, okay. We have to create a cycle of operations. As sir mentioned, spares is one component, looks to be very negligible. All are interested to manufacturing batteries, controllers, motors and all. Small components like brake pads, cables, brakes, all these components looks to be very small. It's a big hoe, it is small component is negligible, but that is a huge volume is there. So the dependency for those components will be more, because that is the one which is wear and tear. Consumption will be more. Batteries is 4 years or 5 years once we are going to replace. But these components, auxiliary components, will be a regularly, or 3 months once, or 6 months once, it is going to be replaced based on the usage of the vehicles.
So there is a value chain which can be created also.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Venkatesh Gaudre, for you one question. What policy, which you already discussed but still I thought, what policy and infrastructure support is required to accelerate EV adoption?
Without the support of the government in the form of policy, nothing will go to a bigger scale up. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇ ವಿ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ 100% ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಬುಕ್ಕಿಶ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನೂ. Like if we compare to the other states like Haryana and UP, still EV policy is not so aggressive in Karnataka right now. Example, see, being a big state, IT hub of the nation, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಟೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್, ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್, 2 ವೀಲರ್, 3 ವೀಲರ್, 4 ವೀಲರ್ ಬಸ್, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಗಾಡಿ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ARI ಫಾರ್ ಪೂನಾ ಆರ್ ICAT, ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಗೋ ಟು ದ Manesar. Being a big state in Karnataka.
Karnataka government is putting in efforts. Kumaraswamy is not to have one in Mandya.
Correct, but that is for the heavy vehicles they are planning. But what I am telling you, that is for only heavy industries. We also know the heavy.
Together it will be all part of it.
So now we want that, and second is tracking. Vehicle tracking fitness center is not at all there. Third one, excellence center is not there, R&D for homologation. Example, we need the homologation support. We need the R&D should be there with the battery management system. After 3 years, battery cycle is going to be completed. This should be recycled. How we have to utilize this? All this to be answered in the R&D level. So we need, government has kept 5 crore rupees amount for the excellence center. Since 5 years, nothing has done today. Even the land. So we request the government through FKCCI, policy should be a little bit aggressive, one. And if possible, even they are planning to put a road tax for the EV vehicles, it will really reduce the acceleration. Because being a green energy alternative, green mobility, they should support at least through this type as incentive. So we request the policy should help us in not putting the road tax for the electric vehicle at least for another 5 years till the system will grow on its own.
Thank you. In the audience, if anybody has a question, please.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಈ EV ಪಾಲಿಸೀಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ EV ಪಾಲಿಸೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು. ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಮ್ಮದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೂ ನಾವು EVನಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ
ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಲೇಬರ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೇಟಲ್ಲಿ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಇರೋವಂಥ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ತುಂಬ ಕಮ್ಮಿ. ಈಗ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಪೂನೆಗೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಈ ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್, ಒಂದು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂಥವ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪೂನಾ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸರೌಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಒಂದು 10 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋದರೆ, ಮಾನೇಸರ್ ಸರೌಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಹೋದರೆ 17 to 18 ಲಕ್ಷ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲೇಬರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ತರಿಸ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟು ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಗಲಿ, ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಇರಲಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದನೇ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ನಾವೊಂದು ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಲೇಬರೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಇವಾಗ ನಾನು ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಸೆಂಬಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು UP ಹರಿಯಾಣದಿಂದ ಲೇಬರ್ ಕರೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಒಂದು ಸಲ ಬಂದರೂ ನಾನು ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಬರೋದು, ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾರೂ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾಲಿಸಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂತ್ಗೆ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ EV ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಾಂಪೋನೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಸೆಂಬಲ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಗೋರ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ಅದು ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈಸಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ನಮ್ಮ FKCCI ಕೂಡ ಇದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್.
Thank you. On behalf of FKCCI and PIA, I thank all the panelists for being a part of it. And sir, I would please share whatever your valuable points. We would like to consolidate one and try to bring it to the knowledge of the concerned people in the government of Karnataka. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful session and having a good amount of interaction in various subjects. Now, with the closing points, I request Karnataka government should provide or establish good amount of EV charging station in rural area as well. Karnataka or Central MSME, Government of India, Government of Karnataka to encourage more on support for EV parts manufacturing, EV promotions by offering various schemes. MSME will play a vital role in this sector in reducing the carbon footprints and shaping the cleaner in future. Adopt renewable energy to save the power. So with this, I thank you, Mr. MC Dinesh, for chairing the session. Thank you, Mr. Ravi Kulkarni. Thank you, Mr. Venkatesh Gowdaji. Thank you, Mr. A.R. Dinesh. Thank you, Mr. Shashi Bhushan. Now I request, please come on the stage, our President, Madam Oma Reddy, to facilitate the session. Guest, Mr. Sairam Prasad, Senior Vice President, Mr. B.P. Shashidhar, Vice President, Mr. Danappa, President of India Industrial Association, Mr. N.S. Srinivasmurthy, Past President of FKCCI. My co-chair, Mr. Shivmurthy, please come on the dais to facilitate our... Yeah, madam. ಹಲೋ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಎಂಟ್ರೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ದೆರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಕಂಜೆಷನ್. ದೆರ್ ಆರ್ 3 vehicles ಆರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಫ್ರಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅದರ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್. ಗಾಡಿ ನಂಬರು KA50 MB4107. ಯಾರಾದರೂ ವಾರಿಸ್ದಾರಿದ್ದರೆ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ವಿನಂತಿ. KA05 MX5082 ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಲು. ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್
Good afternoon, everyone. May I request everyone to be please seated. We will start the session exactly at 2:30. Another 2 more minutes, we will be starting the session. So I request everyone to come and please be seated. Thank you. Before I start the program for the next session, I have a small announcement. Anybody who's interested with regard to the masterclass program, please move to the B2B section. So it's a masterclass for Walmart Riddhi. It's a Walmart supplier development program targeted to support MSME of India to help build their capabilities and increased access to domestic and international markets. So if anyone is interested, please move to the B2B section. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is to welcome you to the session number 7, the post-lunch session. So I hope everyone's had a good lunch and are very active and enthusiastic to learn about the renewable energy and green transition for MSMEs. So this would be a very good, interesting session. I would request Ramesh Shivanna, who is the director of FKCCI, to come onto the dais. Just a brief profile about Ramesh Shivana, an entrepreneur with over 30 years of experience in India's power and renewable energy sector, led major initiatives in solar, wind, energy storage, and renewable energy manufacturing projects. Held leadership roles in FKCCI, FKCCI, ASOCHAM, SII, and serves as the founding president of KRESMA and founder of UMDA. He's also the author and industry leader actively promoting sustainable energy, green growth, and clean technology options. So please welcome Ramesh Shivana on the dais. Further, may I request I would like to welcome Vamshi Krishna Pillai, VP and Head of Business Development, South India, CleanMax. Vamshi has been the head of the business development for South region at CleanMax, driving growth and renewable energy adoption across South India, specializes in developing sustainable green energy solutions for corporates through strategic partnership and business expansion initiatives. Previously led business development operations in Karnataka, contributing significantly to CleanMax regional growth. Brings strong expertise in business strategy, project management, and solution-oriented execution in clean energy sector. ಅದಾಯ್ತು ಇವರು ಬಟ್ Further, I would like to welcome Sesha Prasanna. He is the founder and director of SP Solar Private Limited. Just a brief about SP Solar, about Prasanna, is an engineering graduate from MSRIT Bangalore, started working in a renewable energy space, started a company in renewable space with specific focus on photovoltaics. With over 3 decades of experience in industry, it is one of the pioneers in this particular segment. Further, strengthened his leadership and business acumen through executive management programs at the Indian Institute of Management, Bengaluru. Please give a round of applause for Shesh Prasanna.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back after the lunch session. Hope all of you have energy to sit. Can I listen? Energy here. So this session is all about energy. We need energy here. So we have been listening. MSME is one of the backbone of this economy, and today we are here for how to achieve $10 trillion. And to achieve this, the most important is an MSME, and MSME, the key dependency of MSME is into energy. Today, it has become without energy, without electricity, there is no life. If there is no electricity, we don't even go to the office. We say today electricity is not there, so I'm not coming to the office. Similar way, for the industries, if there is no electricity, the whole Peenya will be shut down. This is where we have reached dependency on electricity. Earlier, we used to say, roti, kapada, makan. Now, the bijli has become a key element for the basic need. We have been talking about that to achieve 10 trillion or economical transition, the key element for the industry's requirement is the energy transition. We have been talking about energy transition. I just want to take a few, 2-3 slides to understand why we are talking about this energy transition and why we required MSME, in MSME, the energy transition. Can I have a slides, please? Charu, can you connect the slides? Slides. We are expecting one more speaker from Cradle. He is taking another 5 minutes. So till then, we'll run through these slides to understand why we are talking about this energy transition and why we required for the MSME to be in this energy transition. See, if you look at these slides, what you understand from the table, today, the energy transition, we started with climate reason. And when you look at, there is a carbon emission. As the industry growth has happened, we have seen that the carbon emission is increasing, and this carbon emission is causing the climate change. And if you look at where the source of this carbon emission, which is happening, if you see that 3.27 gigaton of CO2 emission, which is happening. The first one, the table, if you see that for the power, we have almost 1.12 gigaton of carbon emission, which is happening. And the next sector is the industry. The most of the industry use the heat generation like furnace, boiler and other things. Again, they also use directly many of the fossil fuels, so that generates almost 0.928. And similar way for agricultural activity and transport, mobility. Just we had a EV session where this mobility session also emitting a lot of carbon emission which need to be addressed. And further comes to other sectors like waste management and other building and other activity. See, now if you look at that, the power and industry, the electricity and the industry is contributing highest carbon emission in the atmosphere. Next slide, please. Now, it clearly shows that now energy transition is most important for this industry sector. Now, if you see this slide, as you all know that MSME contribution is highest, almost 30% contribution for the GDP. At the same time, if you see the electricity, the consumption of electricity also 25 to 30% electricity consumption is there and energy consumption is there. It means, so MSME also is consuming a lot of energy and which contribute for CO2 emission. And if you see that 1.5 to 2 lakh crore annual energy consumption in the MSME industry alone. And why the energy plays a key role, if you look at that, energy is the largest operating cost for the MSMEs. Most of the MSME depends on the electricity is one of the major costs which makes a big difference for their profitability. So it is so important, bring down the cost of the electricity. Once if to bring down the cost of the electricity, the profitability increases and this MSME can be very competitive in the globally. And we see that energy intensive sectors, we have mentioned textile industry, foundries, and ceramic industry, food processing industry, engineering industry, and auto component industry, chemical and pharma industry. Next slide, please. Next slide. So why energy transition is required? To increase for the MSMEs. This is clearly talks, we are talking about the MSME. It increases the profitability. and it also helps us to be a very competitive. MSME segment will be very competitive in the globally and also nationally, and also supports ESG and market access. Many of the exports, people who are doing the export, they may come across most of the European companies, they ask for the ESG compliance. So you will be able to access that market, and we have a net zero goals. We have, our country has set a net zero by 2070. So you will be a part of this net zero goals achievement, and you will be a future ready industry. So this is a reason actually MSME industry, it is most important, looking for energy transition. And coming to the, you will be aligned with the net zero target which we have 2070, and similar way we have kept a target of 500 gigawatt of renewable energy. You will be a part of that, and we have signed a Paris Agreement to have a net zero, and also a part of UN Sustainability Development Goals. The path to achieve this is getting into the solar, buy a power or use a power from the solar, wind, and any biomass related renewable energy. And another, talking about that, energy efficiency is one of the important, changing regular light to LED light, and similar way, many of your equipments process, convert energy efficient motors, energy efficient air conditioners. So you move on to all the equipment to the energy efficient equipments. And also storage, have a storage to have a grid management, and similar way digital monitoring, where we can optimize the losses, and we have all the process to be cleaner. So these are the path which you can achieve, which again shows what it brings down, lower the cost of the manufacturing. You will become a very strong competitor, and lower emission to the atmosphere from the MSME industry. So these all, it gives a clear picture. MSME should consider energy transition and move on to that. So with this basic understanding, I'll move on to the panelists to have a more discussion and also take their insights to make you to understand on why MSME require energy transition. I have with us Mr. Vamshi. He represents a company called CleanMax. He is one of the solar developer in the country. They are one of the quite big developer here. They have been generating solar power and supplying to most of the large and medium industries directly. So we have it with us. And also we have a Shesha Prasanna, who is into the integrating of solar power plants, rooftop and ground mount. He is an expertise and working with most of the MSME industry. And now I'll take up with Mr. Vamshi. I would like to understand from you, you have been working with many of the industry and large industry and medium industry by supplying renewable energy. How do you feel that MSME should move to the this energy transition, and how really it makes a difference to them, and what are the challenges which you find when you are interacting with the MSME industries? Can you share your insights on this, please?
Thank you, Ramesh sir. First of all, let me welcome the gathering and good afternoon to everyone present over here, and thanks for having me here. Right, as Ramesh sir mentioned, I represent CleanMax. We are a renewable energy company, or rather, net zero partner to the corporates, where we provide renewable energy on a PPA or power purchase agreement basis, right, or zero investment model to large CNA customers across India. Currently, we have a contracted capacity of close to 5.7 gigawatts across India, and out of which 3.1 gigawatts is operational. And interestingly, Karnataka has been one of the very important markets for us, where we have close to more than a gigawatt capacity already installed and supplying to corporates and their partners. Right? And while we understand that, if you look at the energy consumption pattern of India, about 50% of it comes from industries, right? Industrials and commercial segments. Out of that, 25 to 30%, as correctly put out by Ramesh sir in his presentation, comes from MSE segment. Now there's a huge segment looking for I'll just get it through. Yeah. Yeah. So I'll come to this slide in a moment, but before that, as I was mentioning, we are in a big transition where we are moving from not just, as conventional energy, but also towards energy reliance and grid stability, right? India has been blessed with a lot of natural resources, and that's where we are seeing that rather than importing coal and oil, which we are seeing current pressure in the global scenario, renewables can act as that resilience and provide energy solution, especially with the upcoming energy storage solutions, right? And what we as CleanMax do and encourage is that we started as a small rooftop solar company. We were part of MSME group, not a long back, right? We started generally in 2011 in Mumbai with our headquarters, and our second biggest office is in Karnataka, in Bangalore, right? Our solution was very simple. We would come and install rooftop solar, and today I'm very glad to see that, at least I found 3, different stalls providing the same kind of rooftop solar solutions. And, it fills my heart with proud that this technology has gone so far. From there, we moved out to, while your rooftop solar can suffice only 20 to 50% maybe of your energy consumption, but off-site solar, where we have big solar farms and wind farms, can suffice to up to 80 to 90% of your energy consumption, right? And that's when we moved to the off-site solar solutioning. And further, to bridge the gap for the net zero, we provide some carbon solutionings, and as well as something called IREX, or renewable energy certificates, where you are still off-taking the bound power, but with use of these certificates, you are able to go to that 100% renewable energy targets, right? And apart from that, we are also very recently started a carbon business, where we do a lot of agroforestry, not just anymore limited to just the energy part of it, right? Rather than we are looking at directly reducing the emissions from the atmosphere itself. And with that, we have also started something called Improved Cook Stove. And this is one of the pioneer projects that we have done in India, where we are helping the rural households where they have a wood-fired stove to replace it with more efficient wood-fired stove, which reduces carbon emissions by 65%, by also helping, not just reducing the emissions, but improving women's health in these rural households, right? And I think that most of these solutions, while were very easy to implement initially with the customers, large C&A customers who have better credit rating. Because as we see, this industry also had taken a lot of time to grow, right? And bankability of projects becomes a significant risk and challenge, at least at the initial stage. When we are putting a gigawatt of scale of project, 70% of project is debt financed, which is essentially financed by our lenders. And big banks, like for the likes of SBI, Tata Capital, and so on and so forth. Now, whenever someone is investing in such a big infrastructure project, the first thing they ask or they look at is the counterparty risk. Where the power is going to go, how the project is going to sustain revenues. And that's when, we were limited by the selection of customers that we had to go with. And today, by Amazon, Cisco, and so on and so forth, but also a lot of industrial clients like Sansera, who is also a sponsor to, this event. And interestingly, I'll tell you one thing. What we have done, especially for MSME, while the credit rating and bankability becomes an issue, or the energy consumption ticket size might be low, there are new ways, especially the partners, the larger partners of MSMEs are looking at. One case study that I would like to present here is with IKEA, what we have done, right? IKEA being a big Swedish company and entering into market like India, and for their Karnataka facility as well. They just don't want to take power for their own use, but they are also looking at scope 3 emission reduction. And that's where, the MSME partner come into the play. And IKEA, on behalf of the entire MSME partners, issued a common tender, giving us that confidence that, we stand behind them and we provide you that initial financial or like corporate guarantee as such, right? And you can go ahead and contract with these.
See, most of the MSME lack in that corporate guarantee and giving a credit rating. So, do you have any projects which you are addressing to the MSME where without this rating, looking at the balance sheet, you can able to fund them and supply the power? So, do you have any such cases? Please present quickly so that they'll understand.
That's a very good question. One obvious solution that we do, a lot of MSMEs is our CapEx solutions, right? Which has a payback of 2.5 to 4 years, depending upon what kind of electricity tariff that you are paying right now, right? And that's a good investment because right now the solar prices have dropped significantly from, let's say, past 7-8 years, right? 6 crore per megawatt peak project now is roughly about 3.5 crores. The cost has come by half. So it's more the case to invest directly upfront that capital. And while you invest, the solar component is like almost zero maintenance, right? You just need to do the cleaning. It has no mechanical or moving parts. That reduces maintenance significantly, right? And furthermore, with CapEx investment directly from the clients, we provide O&M services for the rest of the plant life, which is 25 years. So that's one easy way that we can look at. Apart from that, of course, like the vendors of the suppliers to other big manufacturing companies also.
Yes, I'll come back actually. Let me listen from Mr. Shesha Prasanna. Sir, welcome, sir. We have Mr. Amarnath. Please come here. He is.
I'll introduce Mr. N. Amarnath. So please give a round of applause for N. Amarnath. He is the General Manager of KSPDCL with over 30 years of experience in power systems, substations, energy and infrastructure development, expertise in design, construction and operations of substation and large-scale power projects. Played a key role in the development and management of Pavagada Solar Park, one of the world's largest solar power projects. Currently leads technical operations and renewable energy initiatives across KSPDCL and KREDL. Please give a round of applause for Mr. N. Amarnath.
Welcome, sir. So I'll first let me take up one question with Shesha Prasanna and then come to you. So by the time you can settle. Mr. Shesha Prasanna has been working with many of the MSMEs and small trades and commercial establishments. So he has come across a lot of challenges, and I would like to listen from him. What are the challenges which you are finding it when you are working with MSMEs, and what are the barriers you find to implement renewable energy solar projects with them?
Good afternoon, everyone. We have been working with solar projects for the last few years for the MSME sector specifically. One of the basic things that we come across is the space availability in the MSME sector. They would have a high sanction load, but consumption of electricity, but the space availability on their rooftop may not be sufficient to install the required capacity of the plant. In order to overcome that, KERC has come out with a regulation called VNM, Virtual Net Metering. That means if you have a colleague or a friend who has the sufficient space on his rooftop, we can produce the electricity there and consume it here. The investment patterns can be worked out between both the parties. That is one of the challenges that we have seen in order to overcome the space constraint. The second constraint that we normally see is in the financing. Financing for the solar rooftop plants. Of course, CleanMax is doing a lot of OPEX projects, but for small projects, I don't think they would be coming forward too much on that. For that, there are financial institutions who will fund up to about 85% depending on your credit rating and other financials. They will be able to fund the entire project. By investing in the renewable energy project, the payback period is roughly between 2.5 to 3.5 years. And you enter into an agreement with whichever the ESCOM that you are located in for a period of minimum 25 years. That means your cost of electricity is fixed for the next 25 years. That is the most important crux of the situation.
Yeah. It's nice to know this is the project what invested is will be taking care of you 25 years, and what investment it will come back 2.5 to 3 years. If you go with a capex on your own investment, that's a good solution for the MSME industries. Now, we'll move on to Mr. Amarnath, and we have been sharing a couple of times this panel, and hopefully now. So, sir, we have been talking about that renewable energy and green energy transition for MSMEs. So, we want to understand what are the, from government point of view, what are your views and insights on MSMEs to for the energy transition, and what are the policy support is there from the government, and what challenges which you have been addressing in the policies?
Yeah. Namaskar. Thank you. It's always a pleasure, as already stated, to discuss on this. Umpteen times we have discussed on this green transition. So, Cradle is now moving much more drastically towards opening its resources towards RE. So we have the Kusumbi, where we have targeted around 40,000 pumps, out of which we have already achieved 30,000. We are on the we are on the path towards achieving the 30,000. Kusum C, we have the target of 3 gigawatts. A new item has now come, Sky, yani CM Krishi Yojana, which is on the same lines of Kusum B, where also we are targeting around 3 to 5 gigawatts. In addition to this, in the next 10 years, we are targeting around 34 gigawatts to be added, out of which 6.1 gigawatts is solely coming from wind, and the remaining is coming from solar, biomass, etc. We have also made a study in identifying the potential stations of the state transmission utility, Karnataka Power Transmission Corporation Limited, where we have avenues for injecting RE power. So we have identified around 27 substations in which we are going to evacuate around 34 to 35 gigawatts in the another 10 years to come. Specifically, it could be around 20 gigawatts in another 5-6 years. That is the target. In addition to all this, we have the BESS also, battery energy storage stations, which is also coming. We have already awarded 1.1 gigawatt hour at Peenya. We are on the course of awarding another 1 gigawatt hour in Rapte. So like this, in the next few years to come, we are on the way of almost meeting that net zero. 2030 is the year where we have to meet 50% should come from RE. With respect to Karnataka, we have already crossed that. 62 to 64% is already being achieved with RE. So achieving net zero by 2070 for Karnataka is not a Herculean task. So I invite all these MSMEs and etc. to start really manufacturing, to put up their manufacturing hubs in Karnataka. Whether it could be panels, cables, meters, CTs, PTs. Now getting a 66 kV CT is not an easy task. Getting a 66 kV PT, RCBT, it's not an easy task. It is getting a lot of complications. So this is the right time for the MSMEs to come forward and start putting up their manufacturing plants here. Whether it could be the LTAC cables, DC cables, HT cables, or the inverters. So if there is going to be a good competition, so as we saw in our 1.1 gigawatt hour tender, the cost arrived was as low as 5 rupees 31 paise, which we never expected for peak time power. So if the MSMEs really target, it is not difficult for them. We expect them to come up and put up their manufacturing plants, particularly very near to Pavagada and etc. because Pavagada and surroundings, we are planning 12 gigawatts. Kadamalakonta of interstate transmission is targeted for almost 6 numbers of ICTs, so 3 gigawatts. Existing Pavagada is targeted for 10 gigawatts. So that Pavagada itself will be a hub for around 15 gigawatts. So if we will get some manufacturing industries there, it will be easy for going into renovation and modernization also. So this is the right time for the MSMEs to come forward and start putting up their manufacturing plants there.
So is there any policy support from the government do you find now, or is it required policy support for MSME?
No, with respect to establishing the industry, it is the commerce and industries which has to take a call. Whereas with respect to us, now RE is being treated on par with all other industries. When we established Pavagada Solar Park, there was rebate on stamp duties, rebate on registration fees. There was no conversion at all. Now it is not like that. So you are treated on par with others. But of course, the commerce and industries has given some soaps. We have to exploit them and start putting up our enclaves there.
Thank you. See, when MSME industry is planning to install their own power plant, so there is a, banks also is give a priority for funding for this capex model on their own investment. And second thing, advantages in the capex model is the MSME industry gets a depreciation, 80% depreciation. That's another good advantage. But there are some industries, they will not be able to invest the capex. So that's a major challenge which we observe always when we interact with the MSMEs. So let's understand from CleanMax now. CleanMax has been successfully doing this OPEX model, where they will invest and they supply the power to the industries. In fact, the first CleanMax, when they started, the first project in Karnataka was executed by me in the SKF industry for 1 megawatt. I don't know whether you know. So that was the first project where net metering was not there. The policy itself was not there in Karnataka for evacuating the power to the industry, connecting to the grid. In fact, we interacted with the energy secretary that time in 2011, I think. So we did a first project in Karnataka, the largest rooftop in Karnataka in SKF factory. So the policy was not there, we did that. See, that is the time this CleanMax is the promoter of the CleanMax was is a CA background, and he came with the investment. He wanted to invest and do as a business model. It was a very initial stage, and it was very successful. And now CleanMax has grown, and this year they went to IPO. So this year we went to IPO, right? So they are very successful and raise the fund and supplying a power to the MSME industries. So let's understand from him any business models we have, this sort of investment, and do it for the MSMEs exclusively with the bank. In case if the rating is not there with the balance sheet funding, do you have any models?
Yeah, thank you, Ramesh sir. As you correctly mentioned, we in fact, if I'm not mistaken, we were the pioneers in India to start energy as a service model with our rooftop solar, and SKF being one of our first clients, right? And we have worked with Tata Group, we have worked with TVS Group, and so on and so forth after that, right? When Kuldeep Jain, who is our founder and managing director of the company, right? He founded the company back in 2011. We started as a gas cogen company to start with, right? And as the fate would have it, we received our initial funding from one of the venture capital partners, but then the tsunami hit and the gas prices went up, right? As they say, in really difficult situations, you come up with innovative solutions. And that's when Kuldeep, who was with, global partner with McKinsey for energy and corporate finance, he came up with the idea that industries really want to adopt renewable energy, but do not want to, put the upfront capex. And that's when we went with the OPEX model, right, where we would invest the asset completely and take it on our books and provide you energy as a service, like similar to what you get as a tariff bill from the grid, right, per unit basis, as you pay as you go, right. While that meant that, taking a lot of funding or lenders' help and the bankability of the projects, now that model is well proven, right, and with the help of SECI, we have also established for large government PSUs these projects where rating didn't matter, but because there was a backing from Government of India. Right. Similarly, there is a new model that is evolving, and a lot of my peers and even we are, in some ways executing that model, something called deferred capex. Deferred capex is a model where, it's not a complete OPEX model. In deferred capex, the asset is still on the book of the user, so that you can take the benefit of accelerated depreciation on your books. But at the same time, you don't pay, electricity bill. Rather, you pay a rent for the solar asset.
It is invested by you, asset owned by MSME industry, and they can take a depreciation, and you give a deferred payment collection.
Yeah, basically it's like an EMI model. Instead of paying power bill,
indirectly EMI
you pay
model.
rent. Right? So those are some innovative models that we can look at, and this is, catching popularity, though not advanced, but that is something to, look forward for the MSMEs in the near future.
So when you're doing that sort of a model, what is the cost to the MSME? Now, for example, now presently they are paying 6 rupee 90 paise for the first few units, and then 7 rupee 10 paise. When you supply power, what is the cost saving which they do it? So can you mention some of the case studies which you recently supplied?
See, in the deferred capex specifically, right, your upfront cost would come about close to 3.5 crores per megawatt peak project. If you invest the full pay, maybe anywhere between 20 to 30% of that entire project cost as your equity investment upfront. Rest 70 to 80% can be financed by debt. That means that you pay as you go on EMI model. So that from 3.5 crores, you just reduce it to basically around 1 crore or so, even lesser than that, even 60-70 lakhs you invest upfront. Get the entire asset on your name, take the accelerated depreciation benefit for the entire 3.5 crores. So that needs to be worked out for each individual cases, how that benefit is being taken. Moreover, your electricity cost by paying that EMI comes down by anywhere between 15 to 40% depending upon what is your grid tariff rate. Right? Good. There's a huge advantage that you have.
Okay. So, but in a tariff wise, when you supply power in a tariff basis, against 7 rupee 10 paise, what is the tariff you supply?
See, right now...
Roughly, landing, what is the landing price to the...
landing price would be in Karnataka, right? For our OPEX customers, in our, let's say, a captive model or group captive model, which is being...
For the OPEX model?
Yeah, that's what right now the OPEX, because we don't have third-party open access anymore viable, right? The landed comes to be at least 1 rupee cheaper than your grid tariff.
So compared to the tariff, what you buy will be almost 1 rupee 50 paise cheaper when you buy from this sort of OPEX model. That is a savings. It makes a substantial savings for the MSME. Sir, coming back to the last question, I want to understand. See, when we talk about renewable energy transition to the MSME industry, the first thing which comes up is solar, of course. And at the same time, what are other technologies which you find, so in the solar rooftop, ground mount is there, energy storage is there, biomass is there, green hydrogen, and energy efficiency models are there. So which all you suggest for MSME industries? Which are the technologies or methods you suggest which MSME should look into that?
Now, rooftop solar is already there. I think you have to work something on the wind, lower capacity wind. We have seen that in Coimbatore and some other places. We have also put one plant in Cradle.
Yeah, that is from Hyderabad.
So if MSME can do something on that front with respect to smaller scale of wind, 3 kilowatts, 4 kilowatts, 5 kilowatts of that range, that will really help, because solar is there only in the solar time, whereas the wind is always there. So when the peak hour is there, when the people are there in the houses in the evening time, wind generally picks up in the evening time. So that will help. It can also be used for storage also. Storage is UPS, as we already have. If you can develop some smaller plants, so that will really help them out. And MSMEs can also play a role with respect to tidal and also with respect to the onshore products, because we don't have anything off the shore. So everything is there on the shore. So if something can really come on the solar coastline, that can also help green hydrogen. And green hydrogen is one thing which is not yet touched. So if we can really move in towards green hydrogen, so that hydrogen can be used for vehicles, locomotive, transport, etc. So these are some points where you can really invest. MSMEs can come forward and create a very clear climate. Certainly, the smaller models of wind, BESS, as well as the offshore models and tidal, we have not invented on tidal, and even the wave, we have not done it with respect to that. If something can really happen in that field, it is a real welcome to the RE shore.
Yeah, friends, if you look at all these discussions, one thing is very clear. There are multiple technologies available in energy transition required for the MSME to move on to the renewable energy. It can be rooftop solar, ground mount solar. Those also again in the different model, CAPEX model, OPEX model, where you invest or sometime actually there are a company like a CleanMax invest and supply a power to you at a lower tariff, where you can make your cost of the electricity will be reduced. And also there are so many other technologies. In fact, some of the industry who have got a boiler, they can also think of heat pump to reduce the energy consumption. So these multiple technologies are available. So we can explore all MSMEs. It is very important to understand for MSME renewable energy is becoming a pathway to lower the operational cost and greater energy security, global market access, and long-term sustainability. It's all very important for this MSME moving on to the renewable energy, and the energy transition is required for this MSME also. India's transition to a lower carbon economy cannot be succeeded without the active participation of MSME industry. At the same time, MSME should not see the sustainability should be a burden. So you should always look at it as it's an opportunity. So with this, I would like to take some few questions from the audience. Any of you have a questions, quickly raise your hands and we will try to address those questions. Yes, can you pass on the mic there?
I'm Jawahar, AGM from State Bank of India. Now, solar projects, especially, now that is the major buzzword. But next, I think 1st of June onwards, we have a change with the ALMM DCR is setting in. What is your take? It is going to impact the open access and the net metering projects, because these are the things mainly enable the MSMEs to whatever we are talking about, the sustainability and other things. So, given the capex increase going to happen, because the market, we have a demand supply problem.
Yes. Yeah, understood your question. So now the recent ALMM2, which is going to implement from June 1st onwards, how it is going to affect. Of course, any policy change temporarily will have a transition effects. And when ALMM1 was introduced, we had a same issue for some short period. The similar way, we are going to have a small issue for a few months, but it's going to stabilize. But that should not be any hindrance to us. Only thing, are we prepared now? In case we were not prepared, we are in fact asking the government of India to extend for some few months, so that still our manufacturing of cell is not up to the requirement of our Indian. So otherwise, this is a short-time challenges which can be addressed.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, we would like to wrap it up now. If there are any other questions, I would recommend or request you to take it offline. So thank you so very much, Ramesh Shivana, for moderating this very nice and important session on renewable energy and green transition for MSMEs. May I now request the office bearers, the Senior Vice President Sairam Prasad, the Vice President of BP Shashidhar, and also the President Umar Reddy to please come onto the dais.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to session 8. Can we have the slide, please? Thank you. So this session is a very special session. It is about creating legacy and handing over to the next gen. So the session 8 is next generation, managing the transition from traditional founders to tech-first successors. We have a very interesting panel with us today. We have 2 second-gen, third-gen entrepreneurs and also a first-gen entrepreneur. The session is being moderated by Mr. Kirtan Kumar, who himself is a second-gen entrepreneur. He's the CEO of Soundarya Education Trust. May I now invite Kirtan Kumar onto the dais, please. He sits on the board of FKCCI. He's the CEO of Soundarya Education Trust. I have the honor of welcoming him on stage. Please take your seat. Second person, I would like to invite Mr. Naveen Pishe. Naveen? He's the partner at P.N. Rao. Who hasn't heard about P.N. Rao? It's over 100 years old. He's the third-gen entrepreneur in P.N. Rao. And some interesting insights we are about to hear from him. Mr. Naren Pasuparthi is on the way. He's stuck in traffic. So we'll invite him as and when he comes. And Mr. Subhash Chandra is also a couple of minutes late. So we'll start off the session and we will engage with them when they are once here. Over to you, Kirtan.
Hello.
I see Naren walking down the aisle. Naren Pasuparthi is the founder and CEO of Nandus. Please take the dais. He's a pioneer of the feed mill to fork integrated supply chain. I've known him pretty well and I've seen how he has shaped his business as a tech-first company. Welcome to Naren. Over to Kirtan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Elrigu namaskara. Thank you, Sushima, for the introduction, and I thank FKCCI for giving me an opportunity to host Next Generation, managing the transition from traditional founders to tech-first successors. I think firstly, congratulate the President for organizing one of the flagship events, our Global MSME Conclave. I think has been so successful, and we've been seeing wonderful stalls and also excellent speakers who are walking on. And there's a great learning that is happening, and it's a great environment here at Palace Grounds. So now, definitely, we are at the, I think we have, firstly, would like to introduce our speaker, Mr. Naveen Pishe. I think he is a third generational entrepreneur coming from one of the famous firms of Bangalore, the brand of Bangalore called P.N. Rao. And he's been a dynamic leader in luxury retail and bespoke tailoring, and has joined the organization at the age of 20 and grew from managing flagship operations to driving strategic business growth. And while just talking, sir was explaining on technology intervention and also how the kind of struggles that he's had in the transition phases and the kind of competition that is going on. So welcome Naveen Pishe, sir. Welcome to Global MSME Conclave. Please give Ms. Naveen a round of applause, please.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
And amidst us is another entrepreneur, Now we have another 2G with us, and the second generation entrepreneur, Mr. Narendra K. Pasuparthi. Just met your friend today, Mr. David Graffiti, who just said, Griffith David, from Habanero Foods, and founder and CEO of Nando's, as you all know, and I'm sure everybody would have bought chicken from Nando's, a well-known brand of Bangalore, and the founder and CEO of India's first tech-driven omni-channel meat brand, pioneer of feed mill to fork integrated supply chain model, promotes agri-tech innovation, sustainability and traceable food systems. So welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Narendra K. Pasuparthi, CEO and founder of Nando's. And we have with us Sushima, my colleague at FKCCI. So here at FKCCI, we see a lot of family-managed businesses. And India, per se, we see almost 70% from the time of kings to the post-independence to 1993, the post-liberation era. We see India has been driven by family-managed business, and 70% of businesses today are contributing to the economic landscape of India is through family-managed businesses. Now we see some of the big names like the Tata Sons or the Aditya Birla, Hindujas. These kind of organizations have contributed to the economic policies. To they've lived larger than the not just for profit but for the country. So likewise, in the Indian landscape, family-managed businesses today are going through many of the, there are some data points I would like to share with you all, that, family-managed businesses, have been, less than 50%, they pass on to the second generation. And we have MSMEs today, and we have SMEs, MSMEs. Many of the generations are, the business owners, founders who started are still struggling to pass on their business to the next generation. So likewise, many other, family-managed businesses, the structure of the MSME also has, probably governance of the family-managed businesses. Today in the family, there is father's vision, legacy. The children are unable to foresee it. They're unable to have the interests of what the founders had, or they're not seeing the value in the thing. Probably they have studied in abroad universities. They want to make their lives in this thing, because I've seen when my father used to interact with his his colleagues during his age, generational people, and now you see all his the next generations are settled abroad, and there's a huge area of land available, huge manufacturing setup available, but still it is not continued. So likewise, there are many other forms of family managed businesses. There is a lot of competition amongst families, like father and son. There is, I have a relative whose father and son are both competing with their businesses. They have their own businesses. So like this, there are many, kind of examples where family managed businesses are going through different transition, issues in governance, and also in terms of, kind of expertise that is what is required for this generation. And succession is important. Now we see, ISB, Indian School of Business in Hyderabad. So I had an opportunity to attend the conference where it was chaired by Adi Godrej. So Adi Godrej is the 5th generation family business owner, and likewise there was Dalmia Cements. So the 10-year-old kid of Dalmia Cements founder sits in the board meeting. So likewise, the families where the wives are married to the family. So what are the roles and responsibilities of the wives? And now Paragon of Bangalore, they have a turnover of more than 2,000 crores. They have 7 members who are inducted to the business. So when 7 people come, their energy, their thought process, and their interests. So they all have been working through family constitution. This is another family business criteria is to have a constitution on how, the generations have to, because legacy is something very, very important. So where we see in India, this kind of succession planning is still new, whereas we see in Europe, the 25th generation of cheese-making family is still preserving their businesses. Or the 10th generation of wine-making family of Europe is still managing the same businesses. So these are the just the opening remarks, setting the context for us, because today we have our MSME people and also many founders and also many past presidents sitting here. So all of them are eager to know your perception. So firstly, I request Naveen Pishay sir to have your open remarks for today's. Okay. Yeah, welcome Mr. L. Subhash Chandra, Managing Director of Sangeeta Mobiles.
I'm so sorry.
That's
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Ellarigu namaskara. Thank you for this opportunity to FKCCI for us to be here. Well, P.N. Rao as a firm, it's 103 years old, and I'm the third generation. Yeah. So, in fact, like Ethan was mentioning, we do have a constitution in our family. So it's not something that is written in and cast in stone. It's a paper document that we have, and it's been constantly being changed all the time. We make a constant effort to have partner meetings every week. Every Wednesday mornings we meet, and we're able to in a transparent manner, decide what to do and what not to do. The classic case of family, my grandfather started, he was a ladies' tailor. Then he had to innovate as the women left to become a men's tailor. And then at some point of time, we became a department store where we were selling blankets, shawls. And then, when I joined the business, I realized that we had to, down the line, firm up what this business means to a customer and what this business means to a family. And we had to make many changes. And to make these changes, it's very important that the incoming generation convinces the founders or the generation before to make sure that these things are going to work for us. Once we're able to convince them, it becomes easier to set up a larger vision for a business to survive, and not only survive, to actually flourish. So in that context, we completely rebranded our business. We transformed from a traditional trailing house to a brand. I think that's one of the key things that everybody needs to do, is they have to brand their own business. We separated the family office from the business office, meaning that we took the term family business literally. We said family has to be healthy first, only then the business can be healthy. So we realized that family has to be taken care of. Right from early days, my wife is involved in the business. She handles the projects. My cousin Ketan, his wife is also involved in the business. She handles IT and SOPs for us. So in that sense, if there's a lot of transparency, and if you have a growth-oriented mindset, then I think growth-oriented and inclusive mindset, then I think a family business is the best way to run a successful business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Now I request Narendra, sir, to have your opening remarks, please.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me here. So I'm a second generation entrepreneur. My father started a poultry business. And of course, he had a lot of uncles and cousins along with him when he was building the company. And somewhere along the way, there was, the thoughts did not match, the pace of business did not match. So in 2009, we decided to part. So that's when my brother and myself, we decided that we should not have a similar situation in the future where we are, required to part, right? So that's our journey in aligning the business goals with the personal goals and setting up a family office, a constitution, everything started sometime around 2009. So division of responsibilities, the perks that the business gives to the family members, these are all very small nuances, but very critical to solve. So if I get 2 cars, does he get 1 car? If I travel business class, does he travel economy? So these are the kind of questions that we, answered to begin with and clear the table, right? So compensation, the facilities, the incentives, everything was very clearly clarified to the family members. So that doesn't become a hindrance in running the business. Thereafterwards, we are working with the family business office now. They're helping us organize the family businesses, look at it very professionally. We have our, the financials of the company are closed on 7th of every month. And we have our board reviews. All those statutory requirements require you have a board meeting every quarter. We have it every month. So division of responsibilities, my brother runs the poultry side of the business. I run Nandu's. So there is clear differentiation in terms of responsibilities. The reporting structures are different. So we have sort of built a common platform with common services like finance, HR, and some of these services that are common to the organization, we share. But then we have our own individual teams that we run. So there is no, I'm not stepping on his foot or he is not stepping on mine. And there's no confusion. So, we have been very successful. He does the back end, I do the front end. There's a couple of areas where we handshake, a couple of areas where we use common resources. And at the end of the day, no matter how much family constitution you have or SOPs and rules, if you don't use common sense, it just doesn't work, right? You can't assume that you can write down every single instance of interaction. You can't reduce it to your document and say, let's refer to the document. There are use cases and there are circumstances where you just have to be a little more commonsensical, right? So no matter how much family constitution you write or you set up SOPs, if the family members don't accommodate each other and they don't use common sense, all of your family constitution, the SOPs will go out the window. So, bottom line is family members have to understand what each one brings to the table. How do we accommodate each other? How do we complement each other? Otherwise, everything else is just a waste of time.
Thank you, sir. Very rightly said. Now, I request Subhash Chandra sir to have your open remarks, please.
Me? Hello. Yeah. Good evening. Sorry for being 5 minutes late. Subhash Chandra from Sangeeta. Yes, I am the second generation from the family, and my son has already joined the business. The session is actually transitioning from traditional founders to tech first. So I think this, ideally my son should have been here. You should have been asking him, isn't it? I'm the wrong guy probably, because we are traditional businessmen. They are the tech first businessmen. So what is the transition? You should be asking them actually. Anyways, yes, fortunately, the business that I am in, which started as a music and a home appliances store, has already moved to a tech business in my time itself. Almost 27, 30 years ago, mobile phone. I was fortunate to ride on the mobile telecom boom in the country. I was the first one in the country to get onto the bandwagon of selling mobile phones with bill and warranty. In fact, I have been at the helm of business. I joined my dad's business at the age of 17. So it's been like almost 44th year. I am 60, but I'm already at the helm for the last 43 years. So there has been, I have seen gramophone records, I have seen cassettes, I have sold televisions, I have sold computers, I have sold pagers, I have sold mobile phones, feature phones, then smartphones. Then today, literally, you don't need a computer. Everything that a computer does is there in the phone. But coming straight to the subject as to how the next gen is actually transforming the business. Well, first of all, Sangeeta is a retailer, is a chain retailer across 7 states. We run 800 stores which are not franchised, which are 100% company-owned stores. So, how do I add value in an extremely competitive category like a smartphone, which today contributes to more than 50% of Amazon's and Flipkart's turnover? In fact, many of my friends or any stranger that comes across and gets introduced to me, he sort of wipes my tears. Oh my God, I'm so sorry for you. You are in such a competitive business where Amazon, Flipkart must be killing you. But the fact of the matter is that we are doing well. We are doing well and we are growing. So even in a business where it is extremely dominated by online, and why does online dominate this category? Because they get the top line as well as the logistics part is extremely convenient and comfortable for them. It's quite compact. The mobile is the most compact, and yet it costs 1 lakh or 2 lakh rupees also. So therefore, they have easily, taken to that. The customer acquisition became very, very easy for them, riding on the wave of mobile for Amazons and Flipkarts. Having said that, Sangeeta today is not just across 800 stores across 7 states, but Sangeeta also delivers in 30 minutes. Also delivers in 30 minutes for the last 1.5 years, not just across South India where Sangeeta is there. Today we deliver even in Delhi, even in Mumbai, even in Bhopal, even in Gujarat, Vadodara, Surat, Rajkot, Lucknow, Noida, all these places we are able to deliver in 30 minutes thanks to using the latest technology, thanks to the integration where our systems talk to the last mile delivery partner, be it Porter, be it Shadowfax. We don't have to invest so much money in brick and mortar stores. We have taken dark stores across all these states, all these cities. And of course, you need to spend tons of money on marketing, especially in those cities where Sangeeta is not known. In fact, if you ask me, do you make money on online? Yes, we don't make money on online. It's a loss-making business. But I tell my people that I'm giving the air cover for the brick and mortar stores, which are actually the men on the feet, which is army. The air cover is the e-com, because times are changing. The youngsters who are born today are no longer going to go to the stores. At least I feel so, or at least it would come down drastically. Both of them would exist. I'm not saying everybody in brick and mortar has to wind up. In fact, I would be the worst affected that way. 800 stores. But then, unless you have a true omni-channel, it's going to be tough. So therefore, my son has been helping us, helping the organization in bringing a lot of tech into the company. Just to give you an example, we track every walk-in, number of walk-ins per store per day, how many males, how many females walked in, by age, approximate age. We also track, in fact, we track every call that lands into the store CUG number. We record them using AI, we are able to get the sentiment analysis of the customer when he finally hangs up the phone, whether he was happy, what was the sentiment of the customer. Similarly, recently we even started recording the entire conversation that the sales guy has with the customer. Therefore, we are able to correct. The training team is able to work on the feedback, the live feedback that we are getting, the way the customers are being handled. In fact, we give them the text, we give them the exact wording that they have to use, and how much adherence to that is being followed, or off the track, how much is going. We track that as well. And every customer who walks out, immediately that lead along with the customer's phone number goes to my area sales manager, and within the next few minutes the area sales manager is supposed to call you, and when he calls you, he is able to talk to you by name. He's able to talk to you and say you were looking for so and so model, you were trying to buy through a Bajaj Finance, and why did you walk out? Or if your loan was not approved, I can help you, etc., etc. So this way, you know, a lot of technology. I'm lucky to be part of the technology business. In a way, I'm selling technology, and we are able to bring in a lot of technology day in, day out into our organization. We have more than 30 people manning our customer care. So the way they attend the calls, and today, customer is there everywhere. He's there on social media, he's there on Instagram, he's there everywhere, right? And he is expressing himself. He's just not discovering the product, but he's expressing himself. So today, fortunately, unfortunately, everybody is a journalist. Everybody says, you know, he has something to say about every brand. And when one guy talks negatively, there are 100 others who do not have any experience with that retailer, but they also express themselves. So in a world like this, we have to be on our toes, which we are trying to. I'm not saying we don't have any unhappy customers. We do have. I would be bluffing if I say so. So this is what is happening. Long way to go, but I hope we are on the right track.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Quick question to you again. So now you see your your son already, I think, is 3G, third generation entering. So what kind of mentoring that you offer? And because you being, building business for a retail giant of 1,800 crore.
No, it's 3,000 crores.
3,000 crores, yeah, that's a big number. And how do you see, the future through your son's eyes? How do you see the future of the business? What kind of mentoring that you offer him while you being at the helm of affairs?
I think in terms of mentoring, it's very little mentoring that we can offer to today's generation. Most of the time, the sons are, Dad, those are gone days, those things don't work today. You better understand. So we get mentored. So having said that, it's not that he is rude or whatever. Yes, we bring in the experience onto the table. They bring in their expertise in terms of how to use tech, which our brains don't go beyond a boundary. They are able to, their thought process is way ahead of us. They definitely, there is a lot of learning that they need to take from the previous generation in terms of patience, in terms of not going overboard sometimes. In their enthusiasm, they tend to get overboard. But in terms of mentoring per se, it's more of a friendly banter. It's not like a father and son. It's exchange of ideas. It's a brain churn that happens. Not exactly, don't do this, do that, sort of a thing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Usually family businesses are breakfast, lunch and dinner is always, business. So I was just curious on that note. Moving on ahead, I just have few questions to all of you again. So, coming back, what are the challenges arise during leadership transition in family-run businesses? what are the challenges that arise during leadership transition in family-run businesses, please? So I request Naveen Pishe, sir.
I think it's basically communication. Most of the times we are not listening what the father has to say, or like Subhash was saying, the child has its own mind, and I think they deserve their space as well. So communication becomes very important, and where you discuss it, focused discussion on what has to happen, transition of values. I think that's where Subhash, me, or Naren, all of us have got young boys getting into the business, and all of them are very bright children. They need to be transitioned. They need to be not over-mentored. And once this communication is good, I think in terms of discovering things, if you keep on directing and telling them, no, this is the way to do it, this is the way to do it, this current generation doesn't respond to that. They have to come back and tell us, hey, listen, I have these three ways of doing it. Why don't you pick one? And like he said, we have to sit as a friend and discuss with them and let things go forward. And the most important thing, what the founders generation don't do is, they don't allow this new generation to make their mistakes. Of course, don't allow them to make expensive mistakes, but some more mistakes must be allowed and they must learn from it. Because this is not the generation that learn from our mistakes. Like we learn from our dad's mistakes. But this coming in generation is not like that. They want to learn from their own mistakes. Only thing is you try to make the learning curve as short as possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Narendra, sir.
Hello. Yeah. So I actually work with my father, who's 83 years old, comes to work by 10 o'clock and takes a break for lunch, comes back and works till 7 in the evening. So he's very hands-on. And then I also recently started working with my son. So I'm actually beaten up from both ends, right? So the issue, what I want to say to the older generation is they should know when to actually take a back seat. If they don't, there's going to be a lot of friction, right? Again, like Naveen was saying, if you have a founder, first-gen founder, he's always telling you, learn from my mistakes, don't do this, do that. And that leads to a lot of friction. That probably worked with my generation to a certain extent, but leaves the relationship a little battered and damaged. When it came to my son, I'm realizing now to allow him to make his own mistakes. So he just joined the family business, so I'm a young father. So I'm still learning how to be a father and a mentor. The first few months, I kept telling him, you have to be in the office at this time, your lunch hour is so much, you can't work from home. He definitely did not respond to that properly. So a lot of friction. Then I realized, I just, went back into my own story and I realized that my father was actually very patient. Of course, we are two brothers. So the brunt of my father was borne by my brother. I escaped. So in that sense, when I came back from the US, I was a software engineer. I was dabbling around with a couple of businesses. So I started a food business, then I started a DVD rental business. Both of them actually failed. I just was thinking to myself, I said, how did my father, induct me into the business or mentor me? Actually, he didn't do anything. He didn't mentor me, he didn't induct me, because they don't know what is induction. The older generation struggles with that, right? So, but what I observed was, when I was dabbling with these startups, he was so patient around me. He never said that I was going to fail, this is not a good idea, oh, you have been at it for so long, it's time to get serious. None of that stuff. So a lesson that I take away is, I think patience. For us to bring in the new generation, I think we need to be patient. We need to tolerate their shenanigans. Okay? They don't show up to work on time. They work on their own, in their own way. So, that's what I think it is, right? Like, but I guess every day you are learning how to deal with the next generation, what areas to kind of get involved in, where to stay out of it, let them make their mistakes. I think establishing guardrails and just making sure that they know that you are there for them to bounce off your ideas, I think that's the way to induct this next generation. That's what I think is going to work for me.
Basically, shadow them and
Yeah.
keep them giving the right mentorship.
Well, if they want to shadow you, they don't want to shadow you.
Right.
And they don't want you to be their shadow. But I think it's important to just be around. Let them know that you are available. If you want to brainstorm, if you have to, want to bounce off some ideas, just let them know that you are there. But of course, there needs to be invisible guardrails. And of course, our children will never learn from us, right? Dad, you are always, you're like that. They'll always challenge you. So for us, the family office is very helpful in that sense. So my son is actually being mentored by the family office, not by me. So I'm actually giving inputs to the family office and they kind of talk to him.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir. So now, hello. Now, do you think trust plays a great role in the family managed businesses? Now, trust is mutual, like you to your son, there might be sometime the situation that, is my father really trusting me or not? So was there any kind of situation when your, father transitioned the business to you, and now the kind of trust that you have on your next generation, sir?
Well, in my case, my dad gave me absolute freedom, so much so that he actually went back to a job. He went back to working in 80s itself. As soon as I took charge of the single store on JC Road, Sangeeta, he said, okay, I think the business is in safe hands. And so he moved on to a job, to his previous job that he was working in before he started Sangeeta. And he has seen how Sangeeta has grown, and he's a proud father that way. He has, he's one of the rare breed, rare dads, I must say, because he stopped coming, he's now 82, but he stopped coming to office more than 15 years ago, or almost 20 years ago. And every month, first week, he gets the store-wise sales data. The only thing he is interested is the sale. He manually, with a calculator and a diary and a pen, he goes through he prepares an analysis. Even though I have all the analysis with me, he still at the breakfast table, he would like to say that so-and-so stores are not doing well, and why are they not doing well, etc. So beyond that, otherwise, he is a proud father. I'm also lucky that I was there at the right time, at the right place. I was there when computers entered. I was there when pagers entered. I was there when mobiles entered. The same thing is not the case with my son. And your question is about trust. Well, there is absolute trust. I'm one son and I have a younger sister. To my dad, we are just two of us. My sister and her daughter is also part of Sangeeta. They are very much key members of the, management team. In fact, my niece takes care of all my e-commerce operations. So there is absolute trust. There is unlimited trust on the family members, and not just trusting them, but trusting their capabilities as well. But having said that, There have been several instances where vociferously dad and son have not been on the same page with regards to business, with regards to some decisions. And this used to be the case till about a year or so back. Then one fine day I had to take a call. I said, no, as Mr. Naren pointed out, I think one of the mistakes that we all do is we keep poking our nose. We don't give them the freedom to learn by doing some mistakes. Nothing is better than you falling, tripping, and getting up by yourself. As long as we are holding their hand, they would never get a chance to fall. And unless they themselves fall, they would not realize. So this has been a learning for me. And in fact, there was a time when the relationship strained because of, and when you are at home also, you're still not at home. You're mentally there in the office. And that heated scene what you had in the office, you carry it home. We're all human beings. We don't switch on and switch off, right? So, and I just have one son. So it's not worth it. So one fine day I decided, and ever since, it's all beautiful. So I don't book too much. So final call is his now, not mine.
It's interesting, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much again. I think these are some very, very valuable lessons that not some of the best universities also can't teach. So now moving ahead, I think we should again think of some of the best practices that are kept to keep the family together. Because today, as you, sir, also said, there is so many people in the family that they're all together. So now, P.N. Rao, you're in the third generation, sir. So what keeps the family bonded? Because there is relationship, there is business. So to go hand in hand, what are some of the best practices, your family is always together?
See, everything cannot be business. So we, as a family, we meet for festivals, we meet for birthdays, we celebrate things together. So it's not that, there is Diwali and everybody is celebrating Diwali in their homes. Like my dad, my uncle, myself, my cousin, we all celebrate Diwali in one place. Or it could be Ugadi, or there could be some pujas. All of these celebrations happen together, jointly. So this is, I think, what kind of binds the family together. And even though we may have our differences, when we meet in these family occasions, it kind of dilutes. And then you say, what the hell, give him a hug. So this is what, family business is all about. And of course, in the business also, there have to be certain, though the trust is immense, there's a lot of trust in our family, but there has to be some rules within which you play the game. And those rules, by and large, you have some basic written or unwritten rules that saying that don't do these things, don't go out of the way, take care of your responsibilities. By keeping that, I think this is very important. And the last thing is, of course, the values in which we live. All the kind of the older generation is taught about. Some of them would be diluted, some of them would be still doing the same thing where your grandfather did. I think those cultural bonds have to be within the family. Like if my niece walks into my house, I have this similar love that I have for my kids. And similarly, when my kids go to their homes, there should be that love and affection that is there for the children. And celebrate others' success. Suppose somebody is passed in his exams, congratulate them. If there's even have sent a small good work done, appreciate them in front of others. I think these kind of cultural habits is what I would say keeps the family together.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And moving ahead, so now legacy is something that you carry. And with the legacy, I think there is technology and branding. So how do you, because you have to keep the legacy also in mind, and it's whenever you bring in a new system, it shouldn't affect your future of businesses. So how do you manage legacy and the new age technology bringing into the system and business, sustaining business?
So my father started the poultry business in 1963, and I joined in 2005. When I joined the business, it was all about, the corporate way of dealing with customers, everything, SOPs, everything done in a formal way. But over the years, what I've understood is business happens very informally. A lot of the things that my father used to say, for example, he always was in favor of the farmers. So we produce chicks. I was wanting to convert the chicks into fully grown birds and then bring it to market. He would always say, a certain portion of the production is reserved for the farmers. You can't touch that. I never understood that way. You could make more money converting the chicks into birds. Why would you stick by that? Money makes sense, right? But over time, you start understanding the values with which he has built the business, and those are the things that sustain. So I think with age and wisdom, you also start realizing all of these values that with which they have built a business. So what we call as also tradition, right? Like the tradition in which they deal with customers, the employees, the environment, and the society at large, you start understanding. And that is very important. So today, I've been in the business almost 20 years now. I realized that all of those value systems that was not documented, but practiced by my past generation, that's my father, is what sustains you. So it's very important. While you continue preserving that, you have to modernize. There's no way around that. So technology becomes a very key part of your business. We have a saying at Nandu's, we trust you, but we verify. We trust, but we verify. So checks and balances everywhere. We have AI deployed across various supply chain activities. For example, we sell close to about 4 lakh kgs of chicken through our 50 retail outlets, but my wastage is less than 0.3%. We see our competitors operating anywhere in the range of 9 to high double-digit numbers. So technology is inevitable. We don't even have to talk about it. We have dashboards for transparency. So it's very important, right? Like while you carry the traditional value systems, you also have to build systems to sustain the business for the next generation. So technology is that way of doing it.
Another quick question is, what is that one value that you have carried forward and you still wish that the next generation continues in your business?
Humility. I think we as businessmen need to be very humble and grounded. We have to realize that it's the customer who puts food on our table. Mm-hmm. So everybody at Nandu's or the poultry operations, customer is king for us. We would put our head down for him and do everything by him. Simple things. If there's an inquiry, you have to get back to them within a very short period of time. I'm talking to him, I've told him, that doesn't work with us. So being responsive, being respectable, listening to your consumer, super important. So that's what's actually set us aside, apart from everything else like quality, no antibiotics, all of that we promise. Without these foundational elements, we as an organization will struggle to survive. So when it's been 10 years now that Nandu's is operating, one thing that we have stood by is our commitment to the consumer and the quality of the product. That is what's made us successful.
Sure. Thank you. That's very well said. Commitment to the consumer. Right, moving ahead, I think another thing is founders have a lot of, vision that has to be, aligned and ensured that has to be preserved and to be carried forward. I mean, I had a similar question, but do you expect your son to carry forward your vision, probably to his next generation, sir? So, because many founders have that, I need to build today people are, when we say Tatas, they are seeing a 200-year-old journey ahead. And there are some of the, companies are seeing 500 years ahead. So how do you see your, what value of yours can succeed the business, and where do you see your company going for the next, how many years do you see your vision going, sir?
Well, tomorrow is Sangeeta's 52nd birthday.
Oh, congratulations, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So,
big round of applause.
Yeah, thank you. So what started from gramophone, we are selling smartphone. From gramophone to smartphones has been the journey. So how the next 50 years or beyond is going to be is something that I think it's beyond our imagination. Having said that, do you trust, do you believe in the vision or the capabilities of your son? Yes, certainly. But again, should this organization forever continue as a family-run organization? Why can't it be run by a professional? It should be run by, it could be run by a professional. So maybe we are at the cusp of, the family would definitely be participating in the form of weekly, fortnightly, monthly review meetings. We already have a CEO in place. We have a CFO for last about dozen years. So we are reasonably professionally run organization. So I believe, and retail is quite tough. While on one side, we are expanding to large format retail. In fact, I just announced yesterday in the press conference that Sangeeta would be opening at least 5 large format, which is about minimum 20,000 to 30,000 square feet stores in Bangalore, which would sell A to Z of household appliances to electronics to everything smart. Because from smartphones, I believe today there are many products which are smart in nature. In fact, my son has always been telling, for the last 5-6 years, he has been telling, every non-living thing would be smart one day, is his favorite sentence. Therefore, today we sell smart shoes in our store, in one flagship store. We sell smart shoes. I sell smart luggage. I sell smart hardware, smart locks. I sell smart coat, which will keep you cold during summer if you are walking in the hot sun. So there are many smart chessboard, all these things are, and beyond are there in one of our stores. So his idea, he is coming from every non-living thing will be smart. We have a smart toilet. We sell a smart toilet, smart dustbin. So, it's endless. So I guess on one hand, being in retail, customer facing, and also, as I said, we have the beautiful air cover which we are building in the form of e-commerce, and the product category and the way technology is growing, everything is becoming smart, as he has been saying. But should he be at the helm? Should he always be like the king's son being sitting on the Simhasan? Should it be like that? Not necessary is what I believe.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And now, on the concluding note, a quick message from all of you for the next gen in a line, sir.
My suggestion is, like I said, I deal with my father, also deal with my son. So if I'm harsh to my father, my son is instantly harsh to me. I've seen that happening. It's called instant karma. So I've seen this so often. When I have an argument with my father, within 24 hours, there's one argument happening with my son. So it just makes me realize how kind we have to be to our parents. So just be patient. If you're a youngster coming into the business, just be patient. I think if you have a son who's coming into the business, you also should be patient. Establish some guardrails, let them make their mistakes, stay out of their way. This generation, they work very differently.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Kindness is the message. So quickly, your message to the next gen in one line.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of being similar situation like Naren, where I'm also dealing with my dad and now my son is also joining the business, I think it's very important that we allow each other our space. And I would call ourselves the sandwich generation, where we have to take beatings from the father and we have to take beatings from the son also. So with that energy, I think it's important that we give each other a space. But one more thing that's really crucial is that we need to constantly motivate each other. See, even at my age, I feel I need motivation. And at their young age, my son is 23, 24 now, even he needs his motivation. So the time constantly encourage each other, push each other, and make sure that you're working towards a common goal. If you can get one common goal, would be great. I think that's where it comes in. Keep the family kind of separate, the business separate. Like Subhash was saying, it's difficult to switch and switch off, but try as much as not carry your business troubles home and home troubles to business. I think that would be my advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Motivation is the message to the family. So,
passion and perseverance.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all the speakers for joining us today at FKCCI, the Global MSME Conclave. I think family managed businesses have great lessons to learn from this forum, and thank you all. And we wish your businesses great luck.
We will take questions from the audience.
Yeah.
Any questions from the audience? No. So they are available off the dais. What a candid conversation that was, especially when Naren said they need not come to office at 9. I'm struggling that with my daughter who comes in at 3 p.m. I said, where were you? I was working from home. That's something unfathomable for our generation. But all in all, it was a very candid conversation. Thank you all gentlemen for this fantastic session. May I now invite the office bearers of FKCCI, Uma ma'am, Shashidhar sir and Sairam Prasad sir to come on dais to facilitate the panelists. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. It gives me great pleasure in welcoming you for the session 9, the journey of the SME exchange. Okay, please welcome Sushima, who is the co-founder and the joint managing director of Sycon CPMC Private Limited, with over 3 decades of experience in construction, project management, and design build services. She is also the managing director of Iridium Projects Private Limited, specializing in interior design, turnkey, and project execution across India and GCC regions. She's also been a director and recognized entrepreneur with enterprise in leadership, construction management, and sustainable infrastructure development. She has been a recipient of Women Entrepreneur Year of the Year Award, a distinguished alumnus recognition of her contribution to industry and business leadership. So please give a round of applause for Sushima, who is going to be the moderator for the current session. May I now request to welcome Senthil Murugan to come onto the dais. So Senthil Murugan has been a South Head at the National Stock Exchange of India Limited with over 18 years of experience in capital markets and financial services. Expertise across equities, derivatives, debt instruments, currency derivatives, and SME capital markets solutions. Leads the NSE Emerge SME in listing initiatives of South India, helping over 50 SMEs raise over more than 1,300 crore through public listings. Widely recognized for promoting financial inclusion, SME growth, risk management, and capital market awareness across the region. Please give a round of applause for Senthil Murugan. May I now request Anant Raman to come onto the dais. He has been a co-founder of Manasam Senior Living and a director of Emeritus of BNI Bangalore, an entrepreneur and a mentor with decades of experience in business networking and startups. Guided over 20,000 startups through BNI Bangalore initiatives. He's also passionate about senior living solutions and entrepreneurship and community development. Please give a round of applause for Anant Raman. May I now request Ajay Bhaskar to come onto the dais, please. Ajay Bhaskar has been a visionary in financial services leader with over 3 decades of experience in investment banking and Indian capital markets. Designated partner at 9 Alps Corporate Advisors, LLP, investment managers of SEBI registered companies, category 2 AIF, 9 Alps Opportunity Fund. Held strategic roles, leadership roles at Motilal Oswal, Karvi, Prabhudas Private Limited, and Walford Financial Services. He has been an MBA in capital markets from IMI Delhi and commerce graduate from Delhi University in the expertise in retail operations and institutional sales. So please give a round of applause for Ajay Bhaskar, and over to you, Sushima, to moderate the session.
Thanks, Pranam. This is the last session of the day, and I think it's also the most important session of the day, because most of us are in MSME and want to move up the ladder, maybe list ourselves on the MSME board or the main board. Hence, this session takes, there will be a lot of takeaways for a lot of MSMEs present here. We'll do this format. Each one of us probably will have a 5-6 minute of opening statement, and then probably a few questions of panel discussion, and we'll throw the floor open if there are any questions from the audience. Is your business ready for the next step? That's the theme of the session, the journey to the SME exchange. Across India, we are witnessing a new generation of entrepreneurs who are holding scalable, professionally managed businesses. But however, do they really understand what it takes to be listed in the MSE exchange? How do we get this information? Who do we seek consultation from? What are the processes that are required? What are the compliance parameters that we need to take up? Because listing on the board is a long-term exercise, easily a 1-year or a 2-year exercise. So how do we start and how do we reach there? That is the essence of this session. May I request our speaker, Mr. Senthil Kumar, who is from the National Stock Exchange, to make his opening comments.
So, very good evening. Thank you, Fiki, for keeping us here. And Sushima has given a brief about SME listing and fundraising, so he has set the tone for the session. And typically, SME listing is a very interesting term as well as a reworked term among SMEs. There are a lot of myths, a lot of misunderstanding, there are a lot of theories among industries about SME listing. The most of people which we see, they have say that listing is not for us, all for big companies. And why should I lose my stake to someone? Tomorrow he come and sit with my office, ask question about me, my business, and like I lose my control of my business. Like that, lot of myths there in the market actually. But end of the day, for SMEs to grow further, see SMEs when they start initially, they start with their own capital from friends and relatives, all those things. After that, predominantly the major fund support from the bankers only. After that, inorganically, they want to go to next level. The only source of funding for them to the equity mode. So equity mode, then they see there are about a lot of way into that. They go for the private placements, VC fund, all those things. But in 2012, Government of India wanted to set up another platform through exchanges for SMEs also can list and raise funds from public market actually. That is where this SME listing platform has come here. So here, just to give you an update that any company who is there, minimum 3 years of operational history with a decent profit of at least a minimum 1 crore and above for last 2 years, with their investment capital of less than 25 crore, they can get listed in NSE emerge platform. So listing comes with a lot of advantage, though the primary objective of listing is a effective way of raising funds. Because the fund is coming through a public which doesn't hold any kind of fixed commitment to the fund you are raising. But at any point in time, you're not going to return the fund also to them. Only you have to perform. The market will take care of your growth and of shares in the market. But beyond that, I would say raising funds is the one main objective. Beyond that, you have n number of advantages. Like you get a more visibility, your credibility goes in the market well, and even the moment you got listed, your shares become collateral. So you can actually pledge the shares to raise more funds, and even you have a wider range of network can be built in terms of being a listed company. So through your credibility, whatever you got it here, you can hold high caliber of employees by the way of giving ESOPs. And apart from that, the real wealth creation happens through the listing only. So whatever you do, see there are two ways of creating wealth. One, we do business. From business, we make profit, we create our wealth. Second thing, we do business, we keep growing and we list our stocks in the market. Through market, getting traded our stocks, our wealth can create it actually. So you name it, any biggies in India, for matter of Mukesh Bhai or Adani, anybody you name it, they are big not in terms of their assets, what they hold, because of the market capitalization of the company. That is what we bring it to market through SMEs also. Even I can give n number of examples for SMEs grown from 50 crore to 500 crore to 1000 crores within 2-3 years in market actually. That kind of potential is there. And second thing, even we have Abhayji kind of people, there are people ready to invest in SMEs actually. They have a huge confidence about SMEs. Even in India after independence, these many years we have closed around 1,500 to 2,000 companies only in NSE got listed. You have lakhs of companies in India now. So there are very few companies, few thousands of companies are available to invest actually. That way we are bringing that, SME is the next level league in Indian capital market. I personally see next, I would say, 5 to 10 years, this market is going to go a different level. And typically, as we want to show some data also, like in India, as on date, almost the day we started for NSE, 700 and plus companies got listed. But surprisingly, we raised close around 23,000 crores. We raised already. That particular 20,000 crores of money now moved to 2,20,000 crore of market cap now. So, but if you see Karnataka as a state, we have hardly 23 companies got listed actually. The kind of potential what Bangalore and other cities in Karnataka has is huge actually among the other cities compared than in India. So what we see is like, there are very good ethical way of doing business, ethical promoters there in the market. Only thing, the more of conservatism approach towards SME IPO is there. That's where we NSC we come to create such among create awareness among people like you, entrepreneurs, among this forum. So we would urge SMEs to take part, reach us, understand about SME listing, and if not today, tomorrow, after 3 years, 5 years down the line, if you want to list also, at least we help us out to prepare yourself. That is what we are doing across, as through this awareness campaigns. So let's discuss more in terms of, when we discuss, I'm trying to give you more data about this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So, we know Mr. Ajay will fund you if you're in the right path, right? So, over to you, sir. What do you have to say about this route for SMEs?
Yeah, hi friends. Myself, I have spent my 35 years in capital markets, and two of my partners, those who have also spent more than 35 years in the capital markets, and we got together 1.5 years back to do something extraordinary. That is, we floated a fund, and in that fund, the purpose was not to fund the companies, but to change the mindset of the companies. The people, those who are in SME space, they normally have a hesitant, and they always have a lot of questions in their mind, how to go and raise money from the markets. There are a lot of myths. They operate from the space where the bankers are not giving them limits, they don't want to dilute their equity. So there are many questions in their mind. They are always thinking, is it right to go to public? And when they think of public, somebody comes to them and tell them that you will lose control over your company. Or they have there in their mind that somebody they will be answerable to. Everything will become open up in the public. But if you ask me honestly, what happens by going and transforming your company and getting into a public space from going from a partnership and a private limited to a limited company, there is absolute transformation. You are working in a small space, now you are working in a space where there are other people to help you. When we get involved with the company, we involved with the company with 3-point agenda. Number one is that company has a potential to go from X to 5X. If the company has a potential to go to X to 5X, the second point is, can we invest in the company between 5 to 15 CR? And third point is, which is very, very important for us, can we be with this company for next 5 years? So these 3 check boxes has to get ticked. If we find all these 3 check boxes are getting ticked, then we tell the promoter only one statement. Now you do your business and give us a roadmap, and we will take care of your funding, you take care of finances. We not only take care of finances, we have in our company the person like Sudhir Dhar, who was a HR director in Motilal Oswal, where I used to work earlier. So we send the HR guy into the company, understand how the HR policies are there, what they are doing, how their company is working. So this is, we tell the people, we are not only the people though just going to fund the company. We are there to transform and change their mindset from the space of scarcity to an abundance. So right now they are thinking, paisa nahi hai, kahan se laएं? Bank tells, give a collateral, do everything. They are a lot of pressure, and I met so many promoters, those who have, they say that if I get this much of money, I'll be able to bid for so and so tender. So there's a huge potential in our India, but the only thing is there are very few people, those who are able to convey this message to them. Lot of people, lot of efforts are taken by the exchanges to hold the seminars and all, but to tell you very honestly, it takes not only one sitting, it takes sittings after sittings, and sit with the promoter, make him understand what are the benefits of for getting into public. Once you get public, you are into a space where your visibility will be there. The whole world knows you, what your company is going to do. So there are multiple benefits. If you have a 10%, if you want to give 10% stake to somebody in foreign country, he is not ready to take a stake because he feels that how will we be able to exit the company? So once you go public, all these questions, and the best tool I want to tell everyone is that this SME tool is the best tool to retain your best employees. This is the most important statement. If you go public and you give some percentage of your stake to an employee who is there with you for last 10 years, and you always keep thinking that I'm giving him 5 lakh rupees a month, tomorrow he'll get 10 lakh rupees offer from somewhere, he might leave. But if you make him a part and parcel of your company by giving an equity, he becomes permanent with you. And that is the best tool and the best way to have a partnership of your employees within your company. Just to give you one example, how we work. There is a company in Ahmedabad, the promoter was doing cyber security in 9 universities. In 9 universities he was teaching. When he met us, I asked him, what do you do? He says, I'm run the course of cyber security in 9 institutions. Then I asked him, I said, what do you do with those people, those who graduate from there? He said, I place them in some companies. So his mind was limited to thinking of teaching people and placing people. He was doing very well. He was making almost 2.5 crores. And he was very happy. As an individual, anybody can be happy if he is earning 2 crores a year. But when we met, we spoke to him, we discussed in detail, and why don't you start your cyber security company? He said, I already have one. I said, how can we scale it up? Then we discussed, 2-3 rounds of discussion happened, and to tell you, in September 24, when we met him, that time he said his March 24 profit was 2.78 crores. After our induction of 9 crores in that company performed 8.4 crores in March 25. In March 26, the profit was 14.4 crores. So this is I call it a magic. This is a magic of getting together. You know, the person who was independently thinking, now he has no tension of raising money. Money is available to him. He has to think of the idea and how that idea can be implemented. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ajay sir. It's not only about availability of funds, it's the mindset that is required for an entrepreneur to scale up. Yeah, that was a very insightful exchange. Mr. Anantaram Varayur, he has done extensive work in senior living. Apart from this, he's a mentor for a lot of entrepreneurs. So from your point of view, what should be the journey to the SME exchange?
Yeah, good evening. So here on the panel we have a person from the NSC and people who will give you money and take you to the listing. Okay, and then here I am sitting, maybe I am talking from your voice. That means the MSMEs who require money, actually. So I am on the other side of the, people. Okay, so I'm talking on behalf of all of you sitting here. We are also doing the similar exercise. As of now, we are not yet listed, but our journey has begun. I think that is the reason, probably, I think when Mr. Ram called us and told that, okay, why don't you be on the panel? For me, the going to the SME kind of the listing is not that is the task which can be done tomorrow morning. Or once I decide raising the fund, okay, tomorrow let us go to the listing and then raise the fund. No, that's not the one. Let me just give you from my experience as a marathon runner. I am a marathon runner. I do the long distance running. So suppose after 2 years, if I want to run a full marathon, okay, of 42 kilometers, actually the journey should start from today. Okay, the preparation for that has to happen much earlier. It is not that one fine day I get up and decide that, okay, tomorrow morning I am going to run. it's not going to happen. It will be a disaster. And so for that, there is quite a lot of preparations are required. I'm sure we are going to talk about that. So before that, I myself, I have made a lot of notes in terms of saying that why should I be needing the money? For example, if you take my own company, like we are into the retirement home for seniors. So initially when we wanted money, for us, the debt was the most easiest way to get it, because I was always very confident and then very comfortable with debt actually, because I know my profits, I know when I can return the money, and then I can control my profits so that I can give back the money. So what we did is when we did our first project, in the sense, when I changed my business model and did a first project, okay, initially in my first project, we purchased the land, we constructed the senior living, then we sold it and all those things we did. Later we realized that that's not the scalable model, and then we changed the model. So we went to the big builders and then started negotiating for one full building, and then we used to underwrite the full building or purchase one full building with 200 plus units. So that is the time when we decided that we need funds, okay, because when you are doing in your own pace, you don't need that kind of a money. But once you want to scale up, you need a money. So that is the time when we wanted my first project, where I wanted to buy around 180 apartments from Godrej. So we went to a very known person. So he gave me a lending of about 60 crores. Okay, I took a loan actually. I took a loan of 60 crores. And then within about 13 months, I returned the money with interest. Okay, and then we made some good profits. So that's how I started my second project. With that, I started a third one. Like for my first 100 units, it took about 5 years. Whereas the next 2,000 units came in next 2.5 years. Okay, because the money is a real player here. So then we realized that there has to be some other method of raising the funds. So then we thought that the SME listing is the most best suited method for all of us. So that is the reason then I started doing some research on this. Then I started listing down, why do I need money? So some of the things I have just made a notes. I'm sure many of you also would have talked about this. First thing is easy access to the fund. Okay, that means you can get a faster growth. When I say easy access is easy, but to get that fund is you have to do a lot of preparation. Like you keep thinking about the marathon preparation. Okay, and you can also become a debt-free company. Okay, that's a most important one. And you will get a better credit limit from the banks and institutions, and you will also get a increased visibility in the market. So, and then you will also get a good brand value if you do this, or you can also have the promoter's net worth, and the company's net worth will also increase huge in a big way. Okay. And then you can even unlock your valuation, because you may have your valuation of the company, but how do you unlock it unless you go to a public or unless you go to somebody, investor like Ajay. So then only you can unlock. Then it's a zero interest funding. Okay, of course you need not have to pay any interest. And then the fund is a non-refundable. Okay, you need not have to return the money, but of course you have to create that kind of a trust and value for all of your investors. Okay. And then the shares itself will become your currency, right? The shares can be used, it can be pledged, you can use it as a collateral. So, and you can also, talent you said, so you can acquire a better talent into the company. And then acquisitions, like suppose if you want to do some more acquisitions, get more companies to join your, the group. So you can make more and more acquisitions. So like this, there are lots and lots of, the benefits are there going to an IPO. So that is how I have, in the last 1 year of my research, I found that there is plenty of the benefits are available to go to the SME listing, and that's how I am here to represent all of you. Yeah.
Thank you. That was quite a few pointers on why we should go for the SME listing. Some basic questions for the benefit of audience. I would like to just seek some insights into Mr. Senthil. What do you think are the top three indicators that tell you a company is ready for listing?
See, first thing, size matters. Typically, anybody who look for a listing, typically we see about 30-40 crores of top line with minimum 4 to 5 crore profitability would readily eligible for listing. That kind of companies, though we are having an eligibility criteria as minimum 1 crore as eligibility profitability, but when you come to market, around 4 to 5 crore profitability companies will make create interest among investors. The one thing. Second thing, then they want to, when people are in the emerging stage, want to grow for the next level. Probably what I've seen in my journey that any SME started from the first year, and it takes minimum 3 to 4 years or 5 years. They've been establishing their business in the market. They get to know along with the vendors, clients, and everywhere. They set up their base actually. After they start getting orders, flows of like anything. But that's where they get stuck for the working capital. So that's the stage where people will look for a funding. Either it's a private placement or look for a SME listing also. So that stage normally people can look for a listing as an alternative avenue when raise funds actually. These two are the major thing. And second thing, when we think about listing, then they started preparing themselves, at least as Sir was mentioning 1 to 2 years before itself. Because like what I've seen almost my last 15 years of travel with the SMEs, they are into more of a taxation model, not into wealth creation model. They've been all long years, they work to save taxes. So real growth, real valuation depends upon your profitability. So people may say that I have say about 10 crore, 20 crore worth of land, all those things. Doesn't matter when you come for listing. It's all about business valuation. The business valuation 100% on your profitability what you make. So you have to prepare yourself in terms of governance, in terms of profitability. Everything should be aligned for the market perspective. These are the 2-3 stages which we see, okay, the company started practicing well and they are in the right size and they look for a very aggressive growth actually. That is what we see it actually.
Thank you very much. To you, Ajay sir, when there is a private equity or a VC, or especially when we go listing in the MSE board, the founders fear loss of control of the company, because most of them would be first-gen entrepreneurs, and it is their baby, and going public is very scary. So how should founders think and handle this concern?
Actually, this is the place where we play a very, very important role, sitting with the promoter, and the basic change that we bring in is of the promoter. The mindset is that what is the intention with which he is going to the public? His intention should be to share his happiness with people. You are growing, and today nobody knows you are only friend circle, a limited circle knows you. But the moment you go public, you get a visibility, you get the people to share that, not only the profit, but the happiness. Once you just imagine people, those who have invested in the initial stage in Infosys, Wipro, they have got their children married with the sale of the shares. So that wealth creation is happening, and this is the basic mindset that we have to make the change in the investors, this promoter's mind, that he is not going to lose the control. He is only have to offer 25% minimum to the public. Once you offer that 25%, in that 25% what you are getting in return, you are getting a seasoned people, the seasoned investor, and you are definitely going to grow from the stage where you are to a multifold. And today, in the present scenario, if you see the companies have raised 30,000 crores and it has become 4 lakh crores in no time. So that growth has happened, that companies which has raised public money, around 1,400 companies and raised 30,000 crores, has become 4 lakh crores. So in this 4 lakh crores, there are companies, those who have not done well also. It is not that everybody does well. The point that I am trying to make is, anybody who is going public, is he sharing the happiness and success And it's a way to get the blessings from people, that a lot of people, they will be feel happy. Some people come to us and some merchant banker advises them that we will give you this valuation, that valuation. It is a way to unlock your valuation, but be reasonable, be very focused, and not get away with the raising more and more money by somebody's advice. Assess your true valuation from where you can grow from X to 5X. Not that you launch at 5X and come back to 2X. So that is the way I feel nobody should feel scared of getting into the SME space. It's a wonderful platform.
Thank you for that piece of information. Mr. Anantram, you said you are planning to list your company. Yes, from the promoters' point of view, it's a very good journey. But when you look at the employees, is there a fear? Is there a fear of additional governance? Is there a fear of extra compliance? Does it make them uncomfortable in this journey? How do you handle that?
Yeah. Actually, definitely whenever any change, when we talk about a change, there is always a fear with the promoters, with the employees and everywhere. Okay, everyone will be thinking, how does it work, or what are we going to be in that particular kind of a situation? That's what we'll be thinking. In fact, I'll tell you in one of the case, I was sharing one vision with one of my employee, a very senior person, and telling him that, okay, this company is going to become this. Earlier I was running an IT company, and then I was telling him that this is what we are going to expand it into so many cities, that this and all. So the moment I shared all my vision, next week he left the job. Okay, so that also can happen. But that's perfectly fine. That means I know that this person is not ready for that kind of a position. It is good that I lost him. Okay, I don't have any regrets for losing him. So there will be a fear, but it is as a promoter, it is our responsibility to talk to them why that is required. In fact, your earlier question to Mr. Ajay, you were talking about the promoters losing the control. I just want to give you one analogy here. So all of us, we know that we have a brake in our car, right? So what is the purpose of having the brake in the car? So many people will think that it is for controlling. Okay, it is for to control, you have a brake, but it is wrong. It is a myth. The brake in the car will help you to go faster. Okay, in case if there is no brake in the car, will you go fast? You won't go fast, right? You will not take any speed. So you need these kind of controls, okay, so that you can go very, very fast. Okay, you can achieve what you want. So that is what exactly is the education what we need to give. In fact, what we talked about this 2 years preparation. So one of the preparation is definitely talking to our existing team, sharing the vision. In fact, every other day, before even IPO thinking, every other day we keep talking in our office. Anybody you go to our office in anybody, what is the goal of Manasum in 2030? Okay, they will tell, we have to achieve 10,000 units. Okay, everybody in the organization knows about that. Okay, so that kind of a vision creation has to keep happening continuously.
Thank you. Mr. Senthil Murkal, what do you think are the most common mistakes that a company should avoid making in the preparation for this journey?
This I mentioned in the last point, no? First thing, they start making their books ready for IPO, they start showing profit. That one thing which every promoter should confront, when you go for public market, they should ready to show their profit, disclose to the public actually. And second thing, compliance is, we practically, if you see 99% of the companies are owner-managed business before getting listed actually. These are one-man show only. Most of the companies, they are taking care of everything. Some of the business decision will make the day if the promoter had a big fight with his wife, that spoils in the company also, that day is routine. That way we are asking people to know, bring a professionals into the system actually. Good quality company secretary, good chartered accountant into the place actually, which means good CFO in place. So you give a responsibility to the professionals, so that the company to make as a professional thing. So collectively you can take decision that will be set ready for going for public. And the third thing I would say, the clear vision should be there. It's not that I take money easily when I sell shares in public. Say about I raise 50 crores, but the 50 crores I just keep in my current account. That doesn't solve the purpose actually. We normally say that IPO money is only for a growth capital. So I'm doing say about 100 crore with X profit. If I get say about 30-40 crores of money, I should be able to do 200, 300, 500 in next 2-3 years. That kind of a vision you should have actually. That aggressive growth plans should have. So these 2-3 things they should prepare themselves actually. And otherwise remaining everything, at the time of preparation, market will take up intermediaries. There are professionals in the system, investment bankers in the system, peer review auditors. They are all formal exchange regulations, exchange documentation all be done actually. Only thing, first thing clearly, as promoters' mindset should be clear. As I'm going for IPO, I should be open to the market. And second thing, keep professional in the system. Third thing, you have a clear vision where I'm going to deploy the fund and where I'm going to take it to the company next 3 years, 5 years. That is what we expect actually.
So sometimes promoters also think that there is the primary and the secondary. The promoters also want to cash out. So does that scenario also happen when you're listing?
Yeah, see, they want to cash out, then we have given an option actually. We have a different option, like, if you want to take their money from the company, we have OFS option we've been giving. See, after a point in time, if you want to dilute your shares, take money, you should be in the market. IPO, of course, raising fund from public. As Sir was mentioning, you're creating wealth after some time, your market capitalization makes sense. After some point in time, you want to withdraw money, say about your market cap at the time of listing, say about 500 crore. After 5 years, gone 2,000 or 3,000 crores, you want to withdraw or even take back money with you. We have an option of OFS in the system. You can dilute your own shares, take 100 crore, 200 crore, whatever the money you want, you can take it actually. That option has been given.
All right, thank you very much. To you, sir, how do we know that you're there? How do we know that you're there to help businesses access your funds? Do you reach out to them, or do they have a channel wherein they can reach out to you?
Yeah. After spending 35 years in capital markets, and not only me, both the partners were in capital markets. So we know what is right and what is wrong. That is what the means. We don't do a marketing to the people that we are available with the funds. We normally are approached. It is more of a reference case that happens in our case, that a lot of chartered accountants and professionals, they approach us that they want some good people. Because I just want to mention that in our fund of 90 crores, 50 crore fund is owned by Mr. Vijay Kedia. So he is a very seasoned name in the industry. So a lot of people come to us just to get the name. So you participate so that our Mr. Kedia's name or somebody will go into the public. We are not into the just artificially creating something. Our purpose is, we tell the promoter also, whatever is there on the paper, whatever is actually happening, that we wish to know, and from there we will scale it up. And in our case, we are very, very clear. We are here, we are not there with the promoter for some time. We are there at least for 5 years. So unless and until we don't see a journey with the 5 years, and another point that we see in the promoter is he doing that work for which we are funding the company, or is he have a multiple interest? If somebody is into IT also and doing some logistic business also and all that, we probably don't focus on that company. The focus of the promoter is very clear. So that is the main thing.
So essentially it comes through reference, or you have an eye for the company which you already know through your acquaintances. Is that how you fund the companies?
Yeah, now when I'm sitting here, there may be some SME promoter listening to me and reaches out to me later on.
Sure.
That we would like to take the funding, or we would need to take the guidance from you. So we are more than happy to support him, fund him. and take the journey forward.
Yeah, count me in for that. Sir, to you, looking back, what is that one thing you feel you should have done earlier in your journey to reach the SME board? One thing like, maybe I should have done this earlier, not right now. What crosses your mind?
Yeah, definitely. In my previous business, which I was running for almost 30 years, we were into IT infrastructure business. Probably there, I do not know. At that particular point of time when the IT was booming, in fact, I got into an IT business in the year 89. Okay, 89 I started my business. Almost for 30 years I was running the business. So, of course, we were mainly running it on the bank loans and ODs and things like that, because 90% of my business was coming from the defense and power sector and public sector. So, we were doing large networking project. So, probably at that time, anyway, I don't know, at that time SME IPO was not there, but probably we could have got it the main board itself, okay, because anyway the IT boom was there several times, so we never made use of that. So now I feel that in this senior living sector, where it is again a booming sector, so definitely we want to make it this time, and then we are quite hopeful of doing that. We started the preparation.
Yeah, thank you and best wishes for that. I now throw the floor open for the audience questions. Does anybody have a question? Shivkumar sir.
My question to whoever it may be, first Ajay Bhaskar. See, MSME requires funds. You mean to say the MSME should come to you and you must finance, or you must help them, or how you want to do it? So you said only through the auditors and some financial consultant consulting you, or suggesting your company or your Alps corporate. How you want in the modern era? You want to see the customer should come to you, or you must go to customer? What do you want to say to the MSME?
Sir, question is not quite clear.
No, question is Alps corporate advisor. They are telling auditors and others, they are suggesting a client to fund them. You understand? How the Alps is working, whether Alps corporate goes to the customer or customer must go to the Alps. That's my question.
Sir, actually, sir is asking, he may have thought you are a funding company. That question he is converting to you and asking.
So are you saying should they approach through an intermediary or directly? Is that the question?
Yeah, that's
right.
Well, what is the question? Should he approach? No, you can always approach us directly. The only thing that we need to, we have our own process of understanding the company, Everything is driven by a process. We see the balance sheet for the last 3 years, what you have done, where you have reached, and where you want to go in next 3 years' time. That is there in almost every promoter's mind, that he has done this. And in that, while projecting the future, we always ask the promoter, without money where you will reach, and whatever the money you require, suppose you are on a top line of 20 crores and are making a profit of 2 crores, suppose you get another 10 crores, what you will be your future projections with that 10 crores and without 10 crores. So both the projections we want to know, and it is a process of discussion with the promoter. Once we sit with the promoter, then we understand more deeply what business he has, what sort of a impact he is going to make in the ecosystem. So that is very, very important to us. We are not in the race of doing many companies and taking more and more assignments. In the last 1 year, we have done 3 companies. All 3 companies have grown profit-wise 4 times from where we have touched. One company 2.78 crores to 15 crores. another company from 6 crores to 16 crores. And this magic has happened only in 2 years. So why this magic has happened? Because we spend a lot of time, not only in giving him the money, let him get lot of right connects where he can, we can position his business in a better way. That is our main objective of doing the business. You can always reach out to us directly, and we will be more than happy to assist you.
Thank you, sir. Mic here, please, on the front row to Krasta, sir.
Hello, yeah. I'm Krasta, Dr. Jacob Krasta, FKCCI past president. What is the maximum and minimum limit for any MSME to go into IPO? First question. Second question is, as rightly discussed about the original entrepreneur losing his or her control on the company and the psychological effect, how it can be solved as far as his entrepreneurship is concerned.
Sir, do you want to take the question of? Yeah.
Sir, actually, as for the first question of yours, see in India, we have done as low as 4 crore IPO also. We have done 200 crore IPO also in SME. So there is no limit of minimum and maximum. But now, to last 3-4 years, that minimum size has gone increased actually. The average even IPO size of NS is around 30-31 crores only. So we are not even encouraging, say, about less than 20-25 crores IPO, which means somebody is coming for current age of 5 crore and all.
No, sorry, Senthil, I'm talking about what should be the minimum turnover.
So turnover.
Top line of SME, okay. And what is the maximum? What is the maximum turnover?
So turnover could be minimum as low as 30-40 crores also. Maximum could be anything, sir. If you do 10,000 crores also, you can do IPO size for that. So minimum turnover should be around 30-40 crore with the at least 5-6 crore of profitability makes sense for to come for IPO, sir, actually.
So maximum over 500 crores, aren't you eligible to go to the main board?
No, nothing like it actually. So main board criteria is typically you should have a average profitability of 45 crore for last 3 years. There also I would say that at least your fundraising IPO size is around 150 crore and above. It makes sense to go for a main board. That's what. And second thing, losing this, mindset of thing, which multiple times people have discussed actually. Sir, I give you a small example. Last 2 years back, we did an IPO of Chennai-based company, Afcom Holdings. We did around 73 crore of IPO. That time though, the market cap of the company is around 300 crores. So after 2 years, the company's market cap is around 2,200 crores now actually. So it's a matter of you want to be a 100% owner of a 100 crore company, or you want to be a 70% owner of the 2,000 crore company. That is what matters, sir, actually. Even now you take all biggies, as I mentioned, Mukesh ji or anybody biggies in India, they are holding minimal percentage only. Still they are big, in terms of biggies in terms of wealth, actually. That is where you need to do this. And as Ajay sir mentioning that, good investment is not coming only with money. You have a good professionals in the system. Strategically, they can support you when they are in the system, and you have a different perspective towards your company among the market.
Thank you very much. With that, we come to the end of this session. I'm hoping and I'm sure that this session gave a lot of insights into your journey to the MSE board. Thank you very much, our panelists. It was really a very good session. Thank you for taking time out and coming here and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you very much.
Much, Sushima. Thank you everyone for joining. May I now request the Senior Vice President Sairam Prasad and Vice President BP Shashidhar to come onto the dais, please. Thank you everyone for joining this session. We will have the award function starting very soon. Please stay tuned. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the next 15-20 minutes, we will begin the awards ceremony. If any of you want to grab a cup of coffee, then it's a good time to go and do so. If you want to pick up a quick snack, then that's also possible. But please come back in the next 10 minutes because we're going to be having a fabulous, for the first time, the MSME Awards ceremony that's going to begin in the next 10-15 minutes. So please come over, please be here, and it's going to be a very, very nice, interesting function.
ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಏನು ತಗೊಳಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಲೋ ಸರಿ. ರೆಡಿಯಾ ಲೂಸ್ ಇರೋ ಹಾಕೊಂತಾರೆ ಬಿಡಿ.
Come and explain.
ಬಿತ್ತು ರೀ ಹಿಂದೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಹಿಂದೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಸಾಕು, ಎಷ್ಟು ತೆಗಿತಾರ ಒಂದೇ ಫೋಟೋನ. ಸರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದವ್ರೆ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಿಂದೆ ಬರೋಕೆ ಅವ್ರು ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಅವರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸರ್ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್, ಮೊಬೈಲೇ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಐತಪ್ಪ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಬಂತಾರೆ, ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಲೈವ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೇಮಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ FKCCI ನೀನೇ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಗಾಡಿ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡ್ರಿ, ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ವಾ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಗ್ಯಾಸ್ ಮುಂದೆ ನಿಲ್ಸೋಣಪ್ಪ, ಕ್ಯಾರೆಟ್ ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್, ಮುಂದೆ ಸರ್, ಮುಂದೆ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಟ್ ಸರ್, ಮುಂದೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್, ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸರ್, ಹಾಗೆ ಸರ್, ತಲೆ ಸರ್, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸರ್, ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸರ್, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿಂದೆ ಓಕೆ inside. ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡು
ಸರಿ ನಾನು ಸೇವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು
ಯಾರು ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಕಣ ಯಾರು
ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್, ಹಂಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ. ಈಗ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳಿ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. Including mechanics, IT and job setup. Including
Excuse me.
Union Minister of the State of MSME, Labor and Employment Government here.
Not made in China.
Request all the exhibitors, stall holders, whoever is there in the stalls to please come and sit in front of the main stage as we are starting the award ceremony in the next 5 minutes. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂಧುಗಳು ಡೆಲಿಗೇಟ್ಸ್ who are in charge of stalls. We are about to commence the award ceremony in the next 5 minutes. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮುಂಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಬೇಕು. ಈಗ Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayan, the member of the Legislative Assembly, the former Deputy Chief Minister, has also arrived. So we are intending to start the MSME Excellence Award ceremony in the next 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Request our friends at the stalls to please come and take your seats in front of the main stage as the MSME Excellence Award ceremony is going to unfold. Onto the stage, Honorable Union Minister for State of MSME, Labour and Employment, Government of India, Sushri Shobha Karandlaje. I would request the other dignitaries to please come over. Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayan, former Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, member of the Legislative Assembly, Professor Sadagopal, former Director of IIITB, Srimati Umar Reddy is already here, President, Shri T. Sairam Prasad, Senior Vice President, Shri B.P. Shashidhar, Vice President, Shri M.G. Balakrishna, IPP, Shri D.P. Danappa, President of India Industries Association, Shri Ram Kumar Sheshu, founder and author of Born to Win, the Knowledge Partner, Shri B.P. Shashidhar, Vice President, Shri M.G. Balakrishna, IPP, Shri D.P. Danappa, Shri Veerappa, Honorary Secretary, Shri Rangaswamy, Joint Treasurer, Shri Tipeshappa, Chairperson of GMC, Shri M.C. Dinesh, VP and Advisor of GMC. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you would all agree with me that the Global MSME Conclave 2026 is indeed a celebration, the spirit of enterprise and recognizing the remarkable contribution of MSMEs in strengthening the nation's economy. By encouraging partnerships between industry, institutions and governments, the conclave is on its way putting in a strong foundation to create a vibrant ecosystem that accelerates growth, competitiveness and economic prosperity. On behalf of FKCCI, the Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry, in association with Pinya Industries Association, of course, not to forget the tremendous amount of support from Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India and Government of Karnataka, Nanu Shankar Prakash, I extend a very, very warm welcome to all of you for the evening of celebration, MSME Excellence Award Ceremony. Tammagellarigu Adarada Swagata, Suswagata. Let's have some energy, please. Yeah. We have one more day to go tomorrow, so please keep the energy going. At the outset, I would request the President of FKCCI, Srimati Umar Reddy, for the opening remarks and welcome address. Put your hands together. Let's welcome Srimati Umar Reddy.
Respected Chief Guest for this evening, the Honorable Union Minister of State for MSMEs and Labour and Employment, Sushri Shobha Karandlaje ji, the Honorable Guest of Honour, Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayan, MLA for this area, Malleshwaram, and the former Deputy CM of Karnataka. A distinguished keynote speaker, Professor S. Saragopal, who has also been the former head of IIITB and the chair for the jury for the MSME Awards this evening. The President of Pinya Industries Association, Shri Danappa, Secretary of the Pinya Industries Association, Shri Veerappa, all the office bearers of Pinya Industries Association, the Ram Kumar Sheshu, our partner for this event as a knowledge partner and who has been managing all the technical sessions for this event. Office bearers of FKCCI, Mr. Sairam Prasad, Senior Vice President, Mr. Shashidhar, Vice President, Mr. M.C. Balakrishna, immediate past President, and the most dynamic chairperson of the Global MSME Conclave, Mr. Tipesh Shappa, and the advisor to the Global MSME Conclave, Mr. Dinesh, also the past President, all the past Presidents of FKCCI, all the managing committee members of FKCCI, all the past presidents of Media Industries Association, all the members of PIA, I'm sure they're there, both in PIA and FKCCI, all the speakers who have been here with us since yesterday, all the exhibitors, all the industry leaders, Ellarku Namaskara, good evening to one and all. I must also especially mention the esteemed jury members who have also joined this evening and the press and media who have been supporting us all along. This evening is just not an award ceremony, it's a celebration of enterprise, courage and transformation. Madam Shobha Karandlaje was supposed to be with us yesterday to inaugurate our Global MSME Conclave, and I must say, when we did have the curtain raised about 2-3 months ago, ma'am had marked it in her calendar, and it so happened that she had to go to Arunachal Pradesh yesterday. So when we heard that she won't be there for the main event, we were very disappointed. But knowing ma'am, she immediately messaged me saying, I'm there on Saturday. And then we said, madam, it's only she who can find time for us at FKCCI and PIA and all the MSMEs here. Ma'am, on behalf of both of us, thank you very much for joining us this evening, and a very, very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Dr. Ashwath Narayan was to be our guest for tomorrow's valedictory session. And then yesterday evening I called him and I said, sir, you must be part of the award ceremony today. He said, Yerad programs are but he immediately agreed. I said, let's have you with us for the award ceremony. And so be it, he is here with us, and on behalf of PIA and FKCCI, thank you very much for finding the time to be with us. And in spite of his busy schedule, and he always does that, he always makes time for us. So thank you very much, sir. As President of FKCCI, it gives me immense pride and satisfaction to welcome you to this prestigious award session of the third edition of the FKCCI Global MSME Conclave 2026. The theme of the conclave is the $10 trillion economy, Sankalp to Siddhi, from local resolve to global realization. It's not just a slogan, it has now become a national vision, and so planned and designed by our curator, Mr. Ramkumar Seshu of Born to Win. India's economic future will not be written by a few large corporations alone. It will be powered by millions of MSMEs that create jobs, encourage innovation, strengthen local economies, and carry their aspirations of ordinary citizens. And as ma'am always says, 45% of the contribution to the economy is from MSMEs. And we have none other than a leader like Madam Shobha Karandlaje, being the Minister of State and in Government of India, in the Ministry of MSME, and we know she's making strides in supporting the MSME growth. And as a special request from both FKCCI and PIA, our request for Karnataka is to have a separate, considering that micro and small enterprises form 97% of the Udyam registrations, ma'am. We request for a separate micro and a small enterprise policy under the MSME policy, so that there is a special focus for MSMEs. I must take cognizance when the recent, for the West Asia Award, when Government of India sanctioned 2.64 lakh crores for the development of MSMEs. As a special consideration this time, Ministry of MSME said 2 lakh crores is for the micro and small enterprises and 0.54 lakh crores is for the medium scale enterprises. That sets us also that the special recognition that the government of India is focusing on for the micro and small enterprises, for them to grow and their aspirations to be realized. So a very big special thank you to Ministry of MSMEs. MSMEs are the heartbeat of India and the growth engine of Karnataka. And across the world, manufacturing ecosystems are being reimagined. Technology, digital commerce, sustainability and evolving supply chains are changing the rules of business. And yet we see that here today, and yet it has access to technology, finance, markets and policy support, a challenge for ease of doing business. And all organizations are supporting both the state and the central government to ensure that the ease of doing business, we keep stepping up on that ladder. Yet this changing world presents not a challenge alone, but a remarkable opportunity. That is precisely why FKCCI and PAIA have joined hands to create this Global MSME Conclave, not merely as an event, but as a movement. And with that, we have the representation of many associations across the state. We have representations from Pina Industries Association, CLIC, the Consortium of Electronic Industries, Awake, Hasya, Vasya, many organizations that are part of this, not naming each one of them. And we also have labs like IDMI, which has come in from Chennai. We have another lab that is coming from Madhya Pradesh, who are here in this conference. So an opportunity for us to link. We called it a Global MSME. We had the opportunity to have UK and Korea representation here. We would have to have a pavilion of UK and Dubai, but thanks to the West Asia war and travel bans, we could not happen it, but here is an opportunity for us to take it forward in the years to come. This conclave is built on a very important understanding that MSMEs are not a single category. A micro enterprise struggling for survival needs a different pathway than a medium enterprise. So here we are looking for, our conclave has consciously created 3 focused journeys. Micro for stability and formalization, small for systems and scaling, and medium for global frontiers. But in these three verticals, every micro and a small enterprise has the opportunity to leapfrog and to be a medium scale enterprise. And so we look forward to that support and the startup ecosystem growing ahead. I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of MSME Government of India and Madam in particular and all her departments for supporting us with the PMS scheme for the participation of many small enterprises under the scheme during this event. Madam, we have a roadmap to a $10 trillion economy. India's GDP stands at 4.15 trillion in 2025-26, and on a purchasing power parity basis, India's economy is already the world's 3rd largest at $14 to 15 trillion, reflecting real domestic purchasing capacity. Karnataka contributes approximately 9.1% of India's GDP, with a GSDP of nearly 390 billion, ranking among the top 3 state economies. Again, on a PPP adjusted basis, Karnataka GSDP effectively equals about $780 billion, reflecting its real economic weight. To maintain that 10% share of India's $10 trillion economy, Karnataka must reach a $1 trillion economy. And if that has to happen at a 9% annual growth rate, this is achievable by 2036-37. Achieving this target requires parallel industrialization, infrastructure support beyond Bengaluru, And MSMEs need a lot of support in terms of infrastructure, in terms of being able to pivot ahead. And MSMEs need to start getting into an export diversification mode with infrastructure investment in both Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. So we look forward to both Government of India and Government of Karnataka's support in supporting MSMEs to grow forward. Friends, this evening is especially significant because we now move to honor the finest among our MSME fraternity. And we had Professor Sadagopan as the jury member who sat through the, not jury chair, sat through the entire process of not only identifying, sitting with the jury members to find the ones who have an aspiration to grow, who are already there and who are wanting to grow further. So kudos to Sir and the entire jury members team who are here in the audience, and during the award ceremony we will specifically felicitate them. The awards we are honoring today represent the best of India's entrepreneurial character. They are innovators who transformed ideas into impact. They are growth accelerators who build strong and scalable business models. And as we celebrate these achievers, let us also remember that recognition carries with it responsibility. The leaders we honor today are not merely winners, they are role models for the next generation of entrepreneurs. The journey must inspire thousands more young entrepreneurs.
Import Substitution Award. This is one of the most important thing to happen during the Atmanirbhar Vinayas Innovation. Shri Narendra Narayanan and team have come over to receive the award. Congratulations. Next thing. Next is the two important awards, Women Entrepreneur Awards, Women Entrepreneur Micro, Ms. Shubha Prasanna, co-founder and CEO of Embed Sense Solutions Private Limited. Stree Shakti ke barli ಒಂದು extra ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. The Women Entrepreneur Micro. We also have one more Women Entrepreneur Medium Award. It has gone to IPEC India Private Limited. Ms. Zohra Khan, the Chief Executive Officer, will come over to receive the award. Congratulations to Women Entrepreneur Medium, Ms. Zohra Khan, Chief Executive Officer. Green Vanguard Award, Ms. Wilma Rodriguez of Saha Zero Waste. They will be joining in late. The award will be given to them later. Avarige abhinandanegadu. Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all the award winners. Global MSME Conclave 2026 Awards. Ella Vijetarige abhinandanegadu. Idadmele Global MSME Conclave Jury Awards. One group photo for all the award winners, and then we go on. All the award winners, please come forward for a group photograph. Global MSME Conclave Jury Awards now. Ella Prashasti Vijetarige ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. Exim Bank Jury Award, Ms. Divya Hariharan was supposed to come. I believe Mr. Shravan of Exim Bank is here. Please come over. When I call the organization name, if the concerned executive is not there, anyone from the organization can come over and receive the award, and you can reach to the jury later on. Exim Bank, the jury award. Please give a round of applause. Atyanta Kashtakaravaada Kelsa jury. Because selecting when you have a lot of awards is pretty difficult. So congratulations to Exim Bank. Next is the Idea Spring Capital Jury Award, Mr. Naganand Doraswamy. Anybody from Idea Spring? Okay, we'll move ahead. From STPI Jury Award, anyone from STPI? Dr. Sanjay Tyagi or anyone from the team? No, we'll send the award later. Arvind Consultancy Jury Award, Mr. Sanjeev Keskar or anybody from Arvind Consultancy? Oh yeah, you are there. Keskar himself is here. Jaldi aiye sir, please come over. Congratulations, one of the very well-known faces, Arvind Consultancy. Congratulations. Another jury award to UK and Company, Mr. Ullas Kamath. I think we'll send it later. And Born to Win Jury Award, Mr. Ram Kumar Sheshu. We heard a very quick presentation by him. Sheshu sir, please come over and receive the jury awards. Let's give a round of applause for Ram Kumar Sheshu. Born to Win, the knowledge partner. And then any event of this magnitude will not be successful without the support of the sponsors and the event partner. We have the event partner, the sponsorship awards. We are going to give to State Bank of India. Please put your hands together for State Bank of India. All of us have visited State Bank of India and have done banking. State Bank of India, sir. Please come over, sir. Let's give a round of applause for the powering the third edition of the FKCCI Global MSME Conclave. Thank you very much, State Bank of India. We also have the platinum sponsor, Bharat Forge Limited. Let's give a round of applause for Bharat Forge Limited, one of the most respected forging companies of the world. Congratulations to Bharat Forge. We have the diamond sponsor. The diamond sponsor is JSW Steel Limited. Please come over, the representatives of JSW Steel, for receiving the award. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for all the sponsors because their contribution has been immense. And after this, we have the gold sponsor. So congratulations for JSW Steel Limited for being the diamond sponsor of the Global MSME Conclave 2026. And gold sponsor, Clean Max Enviro Energy Solutions Private Limited. Yes. Round of applause for Clean Max Enviro Energy Solutions Private Limited. Congratulations to all the sponsors and the event partners. We would like to thank the Honorable Minister and the dignitaries for doing the Dhanyavadigalu. Request you to kindly be seated.
MSME sector. I would also like MSME sector. I would also like thank to entire FKCCI and GMC 2000 worked hard behind this scenes to make this program successful. Finally, my heartfelt thanks to all dignitaries, entrepreneurs, media friends and guests for your participation and encouragement. This evening has celebrated not only success but also hard work, innovation and commitment. Let us continue to work together to make our MSME strong and take Karnataka and India towards greater economic growth. Thank you once again. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for extending a cordial vote of thanks. So we have just got the news that Sahas Zero Waste, the Green Vanguard Award winners are here. Request them to please come over and accept the felicitation and the award on the stage. Sahas. Yellidira Sahas, please raise your hand, please. ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಸಾಹಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಿದಾರಂತ, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದಾರಂತೆ. ಸಾಹಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಮ್ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ಲಿ ವೆರ್ ಎವರ್ ಯು ಆರ್. Before them, we'll have a picture with the FKCCI team and Bandru. Come, ma'am. Miss Wilma Rodriguez. Yeah, the photographs, you assemble for the photographs behind. You please come over, ma'am, and receive the award. Come. Memorable day for the Green Vanguard Award, Sahas Zero Waste. Afterwards, there will be the photograph with the entire organizing team, the directors, with the Honorable Minister and Dr. Ashwath Narayan. Congratulations. We'll have the photograph and then let's break for dinner. Please enjoy your dinner and head back to your destination safely and securely, and see you all tomorrow after the photograph. ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮುಂಚೆ ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರೂ ಡಿನ್ನರ್ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೇಳಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಯುವರ್ ಡಿನ್ನರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ಯುವರ್ destination safely and securely because of the rainy weather. So drive safely back home and see you all tomorrow. Namaskara and take care. Shubhratri. Dinner is at Hangaby on the left hand side of the stage.